Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Travel through the Greek mythology. At the beginning become the ice god. Part 1. The moment Li Luo opened her eyes, a bone-chilling cold crept up her spine. As far as the eye can see, there is a snow-capped mountain covered in silver, with the white snow shimmering with a faint blue light under the moonlight. Memories flooded back. Li Luo remembered that he was in his study studying the celestial phenomenon of the alignment of 7 planets, a rare astronomical phenomenon he had discovered in ancient books. When the 7 stars aligned, a vortex suddenly appeared on his desk, sucking him into it. Is this the world of Greek mythology? He murmured to himself. It was as if Lilo already possessed the memories of this world without needing to explore it. A sharp pain suddenly struck, and Li Luo collapsed to his knees. His blood felt like it was boiling, yet it was also bone-chillingly cold. He could feel a certain power surging through his veins. Was it divine power? Ah! Li Luo threw his head back and let out a long howl, the sound echoing among the snow-capped mountains. Centered on him, the temperature within 100 miles suddenly dropped, and snowflakes in the air condensed into ice crystals. Li Luo became the newly born god of ice, his name flashing through his mind. Lox. Although he was only a common third-class god, the feeling of becoming a god was both exciting and felt like it was only right. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. Lox looked up and saw a golden light streak across the sky, falling like a shooting star. He leapt into the air and discovered that he could fly. The cold wind whistled in his ears as Lox chased the golden light until he saw it crash into a pine forest halfway up the mountain. When Lox landed, he saw a blond man lying on the snow. His body radiated a sun-like light, yet he was as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. He wore a white robe stained with dark gold blood, divine blood. Apollo. Lox was certain almost instantly. The sun god's handsome face was ashen, and his bow and arrows were broken in two and scattered around him. Lox crouched down, wanting to check his injuries. But just as his fingers were about to touch Apollo, a scorching wave of heat washed over Lox. Lox's ice divine power reacted instinctively, conjuring a large ice wall in front of him. Bang! The ice wall shattered under the intense heat, and Apollo's body twitched slightly as his divine power unconsciously repelled Lox. Lox could sense that this was due to the incompatibility of the properties between the divine powers. He gritted his teeth, suppressed the ice divine power to its lowest level, and carefully helped the person up. Apollo's body temperature was alarmingly high, so much so that it scalded Lox's arm, causing blisters that quickly healed under the influence of ice divine power. Just then, Apollo opened his eyes. They were golden eyes, like molten gold. His gaze was initially unfocused, then sharpened. Who are you? His voice was weak yet full of accusation. Why do you possess the aura of a primordial god? Lox paused, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from afar, and the earth began to tremble slightly. Apollo's face grew even paler. He struggled to stand up, but collapsed helplessly. You should leave quickly, he said with difficulty, they're coming after us. Lox looked up and saw several huge black shadows appearing on the snow in the distance. Those were demonic beasts. They were enormous, covered in black scales, with glowing red eyes, and spewing scorching flames from their mouths. I can't leave you, Lox said firmly, despite his inner fear. But whether it's his fondness for Apollo, the god from Greek mythology, or the overwhelming beauty right before his eyes, Lox finds it hard to abandon Apollo and run away. Lox sighed deeply, gently placed the Apollo next to a cedar tree, and turned to face the approaching demonic beasts. An ice sword materialized in his hand, its blade as transparent as crystal, radiating a chilling cold. The first demonic beast pounced, and he swung his sword to meet it. The ice sword clashed with the demonic beast's claws, producing a piercing sound. Lox's arm was numb from the shock, but the ice sword didn't break. He seized the opportunity to channel ice divine power into the blade, which instantly lengthened and pierced the demonic beast's chest. If it weren't for the unsuitable atmosphere, Lox would have applauded himself. In just half an hour, he had adapted to divine power so quickly, he was practically a genius. The demonic beast let out a piercing scream, its body rapidly freezing before shattering into countless ice chunks. But before Lox could even catch his breath, the other two demonic beasts pounced on him. Lox retreated swiftly, conjuring countless ice spikes in the air. With a wave of his hand, the ice spikes rained down on the demonic beast. However, the scales of these demonic beasts are exceptionally hard, and ice picks can only leave shallow marks on them. Who would have thought that Genius's divine power was still too weak? Apollo, leaning against a cedar tree behind him, managed to stand up, holding a golden bow of light in his hand. Get out of the way! He shouted, Tao. Lox swiftly moved aside, and Apollo drew his light bow, a golden arrow appearing out of thin air. He released the bowstring, and the arrow transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly piercing through both demonic beasts. The demonic beast let out its final wail, its body turning to ash in a golden light. Apollo, however, exhausted by this attack, collapsed once more. Lox quickly stepped forward to support him, and this time his divine power did not reject Lox. Although his body temperature was still high, it was no longer as burning as before. Thank you, he said softly, a hint of suppressed emotion flashing in his golden eyes. Just as Lox was about to speak, a powerful pressure descended from the sky. He looked up and saw a huge figure appear in the air. It was a god draped in a black robe, his face hidden in shadow, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Depleting divine power is like being an ant, the deity said coldly. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve, Apollo? Quote. Apollo tensed instantly, and he whispered to Tao, be careful, he's Hades, Lord of the Netherworld. Lox also had a very good impression of Hades. After all, he was one of the few gods in the Chaos world who focused on his work and didn't act recklessly. Hades' figure appeared exceptionally large in the night sky, his black robes fluttering in the wind like a dark cloud that blotted out the sun. Lox felt an invisible pressure enveloping his surroundings, making even the air feel heavy. Give Apollo to me. Hades' voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Lox held Apollo tightly, feeling his body trembling slightly and his feverish temperature. Hurry! Apollo whispered to Tao, you're no match for him. Lox swayed and flashed a bright white smile at Hades. Greetings, Your Excellency Hades. I was just passing by. It's truly an honor to meet you. Your face is so handsome that everything in the world pales in comparison. And look, your robe is so black, there is no robe blacker than this. Hades was baffled by Lox's nonsensical words and, following Lox's advice, looked down at his robes. Lox quickly looked around, searching for an escape route. The dense cedar forest offered no cover against Hades. A canyon was faintly visible in the distance, perhaps that was their only hope. Hold me tight, Lox whispered to Apollo, while simultaneously gathering ice divine power beneath his feet. Apollo paused for a moment, but still reached out and wrapped his arms around Lox's neck. His arms were burning hot, making Lox shiver involuntarily. Then Lox took a deep breath, leapt up, and the ice and snow beneath his feet instantly froze into an ice slick, carrying them towards the canyon. Trying to run, Hades reacted immediately, snorted coldly, and waved his hand. Countless black shadows rose from the ground, transforming into ferocious undead, and pounced on the two of them. Lox gritted his teeth, maintaining Ice Dao's speed while conjuring an ice wall behind him to block the undead. But the undead seemed unaffected by physical attacks, easily passing through the ice wall. Use the light. Apollo whispered urgently in Lox's ear. They're afraid of light. Lox immediately understood what he meant. Although his ice divine power was far removed from the sun's attributes, he couldn't care less at this moment. Lox mobilized the divine power within his body, attempting to simulate the power of light. Lox's attempt unexpectedly produced a surprising result. A ball of ice blue light condensed in his palm, radiating a soft yet powerful glow. Lox hurled the orb of light at the horde of undead behind him, who let out a shrill scream and turned to ashes in the light. Hades seemed surprised by this sudden turn of events, and hesitated for a moment. Lox immediately seized the opportunity and accelerated at full speed. The ice dao meandered through the canyon, the cliffs on both sides receding rapidly. Apollo's breathing became increasingly rapid. Hang in there, Lox whispered to Dao. Apollo didn't answer, but simply rested his head on Lox's shoulder. His blonde hair brushed against Lox's cheek, creating a strange sensation. Just then, the canyon ahead suddenly narrowed, forming a natural pass. Lox was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed. He quickly conjured a thick wall of ice at the pass, hoping to temporarily block Hades. However, just as the two passed through the pass, they heard a loud crash behind them. Hades smashed through the ice wall, his black robes billowing in the wind, his eyes flashing with rage. You can't escape. His voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the canyon. Lox felt his divine power being rapidly depleted, and maintaining the ice dao was becoming increasingly difficult. Apollo suddenly raised its hand and pointed to a rock wall on the right. There's a cave, he said weakly. Following Apollo's direction, they indeed discovered a hidden cave entrance. Lox immediately changed direction and led Apollo inside. The cave was much deeper and more complex than he had imagined. As Lox ventured deeper, he created ice walls behind him to block the passage to Dao. Hades' roar faded into the distance, but both knew that this was only a temporary respite. Lox led Apollo to a relatively spacious cavern. He gently placed Apollo on the ground and began to examine his injuries. Apollo's white robe was soaked in blood, the dark golden divine blood emitting a faint glow. I need to treat your wounds, Lox said to Dao, but my ice divine power might. It's all right, Apollo interrupted Dao, we can't worry about that now. Lox nodded and placed his hand over Apollo's wound. Ice divine power slowly flowed out, beginning to freeze Apollo's wound, causing his body to tense up sharply and letting out a suppressed groan. Sorry, Lox whispered to Dao, I'm not very good at this yet. Does it hurt? Apollo shook his head, a complex look flashing in his golden eyes. Why did you save me? Aren't you afraid Hades will capture you too? Lox paused for a moment, then smiled wryly at Dao. I don't know either. Maybe it's because you're the first god I've ever encountered. Apollo seemed amused by his answer, but quickly frowned again because of the pain. Lox continued to treat him with ice divine power while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. At that moment, a strange energy fluctuation occurred. Ancient runes began to appear on the walls of the cave, emitting a faint light. Apollo noticed the change as well, his eyes widening slightly. This is a teleportation array, he exclaimed in surprise. Lox examined the runes closely and discovered that they did indeed form a complex formation. Perhaps this is our chance, Lox said to Dao. This formation might lead to the human world. Apollo nodded, struggling to stand up, and Lox quickly helped him up. Let's activate it together, Lox said. They simultaneously placed their hands in the center of the formation, releasing their respective divine power. The power of ice and the power of the sun intertwined, creating a wondrous resonance. The formation began to emit a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cavern. Hades's roar rang out again at that moment. Hurry up! Apollo urged Dao. Lox could only grit his teeth and pour more divine power into formation. The light grew stronger and stronger, distorting space itself. Just as Hades was about to seize the two, formation finally activated fully. A dizzying sensation washed over them as they were swept into a strange spatial tunnel. The wind howled in their ears, and their vision was filled with constantly shifting light and shadow. Lox gripped Apollo's hand tightly, afraid of getting separated during the teleportation. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally tumbled out of the tunnel and landed heavily on a grassy field. Warm sunlight shone on them, and the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and wildflowers. Lox looked up and saw a familiar scene, rolling green hills in the distance and golden wheat fields nearby. For a moment, Lox couldn't tell which world he was in. "We did it," Lox murmured, then realized Apollo was still lying beside him. Lox quickly checked on Apollo and found that although he was weak, his injuries had stabilized. Apollo's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he opened his eyes, his golden pupils shining brightly in the sunlight. He glanced around, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It's been so long since I've been to the human world," he whispered. "This place is so beautiful." Then he fainted again. Lox was filled with doubt and worry. Why was Hades hunting Apollo? What should he do next? But at this moment, looking at Apollo's peaceful sleeping face, Lox could only put these questions aside for the time being. At least for now, they were safe. He gently helped Apollo up and prepared to find a safe place to rest. Just then, Lox noticed a small village at the foot of the mountain not far away. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys, and he could faintly hear the laughter of children. It might be a good hiding place. Carrying Apollo on his back, feeling his burning body heat seeping through his clothes, Lox thought, "No god is ever this disheveled." The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the rooftops of the small village, gilding this tranquil place with a golden hue. Lox, carrying Apollo on his back, carefully avoided the villagers' sight and found a barn in a corner. Lox gently placed Apollo on the bed, made of hay, and Apollo immediately woke up. His face was still pale, but his breathing was much more steady. Looking around, Lox noticed some old pottery jars and wooden barrels in the barn, which might be useful for storing water. "I'll go get some water and food," Lox whispered to Apollo. "You rest here and don't move around." Apollo nodded slightly, a hint of weariness flashing in his golden eyes, but he still mustered his spirits and instructed Tao. "In the human world, our divine power will be suppressed, so try to avoid mortal." Lox nodded, turned, and left the barn, avoiding the villagers, heading towards the stream outside the village. The stream was crystal clear. He scooped some water up with his hands and found it was a bit cold. He filled a clay pot with some water, picked some wild fruit, and prepared to return to the barn. On his way back, Lox heard a burst of cheerful laughter. Turning around, he saw several children playing by the stream. This scene made Lox stop and stare. He hadn't seen such a pure smile in a long time, not even before coming to chaos. The warmth and tenderness of human connection were still so touching. When Lox quietly returned to the barn, he found Apollo resting with his eyes closed. His blonde hair shimmered in the afterglow of the setting sun, and his handsome face appeared exceptionally serene. Lox gently placed the water and wild fruit aside and began to think about his next plan. Night fell, and the barn gradually darkened. Lox was considering starting a fire when he heard Apollo let out a painful groan. He rushed over to check and found that Apollo's wound had started bleeding again and his body temperature was abnormally high. Lox muttered, "Are humans so restrained in their use of divine power? Or is my divine power so weak that even stopping the bleeding temporarily is so difficult?" Lox hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to risk using divine power. He placed his hand above Apollo's wound and carefully released a wisp of ice divine power. Apollo's body shuddered violently, but he did not wake up. Just then, Lox felt a warm power surging from Apollo's body, creating a wonderful reaction with his ice divine power. Two completely different forces intertwined, and Apollo's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal. Lox watched this scene in astonishment, his heart filled with both doubt and delight. Could it be that different divine powers could also achieve fusion? It must be a special destiny that brought us all this way. Apollo slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils shimmering with confusion. "What happened?" he asked Tao softly, frowning. Lox told him what had just happened. After listening, Apollo fell into deep thought. Perhaps, we have misunderstood each other's power. Usually, only divine powers that are close in divinity can achieve fusion, he said to Tao. Lox nodded, but his mind was still filled with doubt. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the barn. The two exchanged a glance and quickly hid behind a haystack. The barn door was pushed open, and a small, thin figure walked in. By the moonlight, Lox could see that it was a little girl who looked about 10 years old. She was wearing a tattered cloth skirt and carrying a basket containing some food. The little girl seemed familiar with the barn, heading straight for the haystack in the corner. The two men's hearts leapt into their throats, wondering what the little girl was up to. However, the little girl simply placed the basket beside the haystack and whispered to Tao, "I know you're here, Tao. Please accept this food." Both of them were stunned. The little girl continued, "Tao, I saw you by the stream today. Your hair was silvery white, as beautiful as moonlight. I know you're not an ordinary person, Tao, but don't worry, I won't tell anyone." After saying that, the little girl turned and left the barn. Lox and Apollo emerged from their hiding place, looking at the basket filled with food, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "Children of this world, so pure and kind," Apollo whispered, "Tao, reminds me of my son, Asclepius." Lox noticed the nostalgia and sadness in Apollo's words, but didn't ask any further questions. For the next few days, they stayed in the barn to recover from their injuries. The little girl brought them food every day, and sometimes cleaned strips of cloth and herbs. The two gradually learned that her name was Leah, that she was an orphan, and that she lived with her elderly grandmother. That evening, Leah suddenly rushed into the barn, her face filled with panic. "Something terrible has happened," she gasped. "Some strangers have come to the village, and they're asking if anyone has seen two strange people." Apollo sighed. Lox knew that Tao and the others' hiding place might have been exposed. Fortunately, Apollo's injuries had almost healed, and it was time to leave. "Thank you, Leah." Lox knelt down and gently stroked her hair. "You saved us." Leah shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "You are good people, I can tell. Please be careful." Lox hesitated for a moment, then conjured an ice flower from his fingertips and handed it to Leah. "This is a gift for you," he said to Tao, "it will protect you." Leah carefully accepted the ice flower, her eyes filled with surprise. Apollo stepped forward and took a golden amulet from his robes. "This is the blessing of the sun god," he said to Tao, "may light always be with you." The two bid farewell to Leah and left the village under the cover of night. Walking along the country lanes, Lox couldn't help but ask Tao, "You just mentioned, sun god's blessing, aren't you afraid of revealing your identity?" Apollo smiled. "That amulet is just an ordinary ornament, but it contains my blessing. And." He paused for a moment, then said, "I think sometimes revealing your identity isn't necessarily a bad thing." Lox nodded thoughtfully. Moonlight shone on the two of them, casting long shadows. "Where do we go next?" Lox asked Tao. Apollo gazed into the distance. "I think, it's time to visit an old friend." The morning mist enveloped the country lanes, and dewdrops shimmered on the grass like scattered stars. Lox and Apollo walked along a winding path, the scenery gradually changing from open fields to dense forests. "Your friend lives in the forest?" Lox asked Tao, while cautiously surveying their surroundings. Tall trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the damp smell of humus. Apollo nodded. "His name is Pan, the god of forests and shepherds. Since that incident, he has lived in seclusion here, no longer concerning himself with the affairs of the sacred mountain." Lox noticed something unusual about Apollo's speech, but didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets, even gods. The forest grew deeper, and the light grew dimmer. Strangely, Lox sensed a peculiar energy permeating the air. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune drifted from afar. The sound was ethereal and mysterious, seemingly reaching the very depths of one's soul. Apollo's face lit up with joy. "It's Pan." He's nearby. The two followed the sound of the flute, only to find that the surrounding scenery began to become strange. The trees seemed to be moving, the path kept changing, and Lox was surprised to feel as if he was walking in the same place. This is Pan's prank, Apollo said with a wry smile to Tao. He always likes to test his visitors. Lox frowned, feeling the ice divine power within him begin to stir. This feeling of disorientation made him very uncomfortable. He reached out and tried to use divine power to condense ice crystal marks in the air, but found that the ice crystals melted as soon as they formed. It's no use, Apollo said to Tao. This is Pan's domain, ordinary divine power won't work. Just then, the flute music suddenly stopped. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings, even the chirping of birds and insects ceased. Lox felt a chill creep up his spine, not from his ice divine power, but from an instinctive fear. Watch out! Apollo suddenly grabbed Lox's arm and pulled him aside. A dark shadow swept past where they had just been standing, bringing with it a gust of foul wind. Lox looked closely and saw a huge wolf-like creature, but its eyes gleamed with intelligence. Even more astonishingly, its body was translucent, as if composed of mist. This is Pan's guardian, Apollo whispered to Tao. Don't attack it, or you'll enrage the entire forest. The two retreated cautiously, but the mist wolf pressed closer. A low growl emanated from its throat, and its fangs gleamed coldly in the dim light. Suddenly, Lox heard Apollo begin humming an ancient lullaby. The voice was clear and melodious, carrying a magical power. The mist wolf's movements gradually slowed, and the fierce glint in its eyes vanished. This is a shepherd's song, Apollo explained Tao. It can soothe the hearts of wild beasts. Sure enough, the fog wolf slowly retreated and eventually disappeared into the thick fog. Lox breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking forward. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a clearing in the forest. In the center of the clearing stood a huge oak tree, its trunk covered with strange runes. A figure sat under the tree, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a goat, with curved horns on his head and a reed flute in his hand. Pan, Apollo called softly. The figure turned around, revealing a face that was both handsome and wild. His eyes were deep green, like the reflection of a forest. Apollo, Pan's voice was low and hoarse, long time no see. And this is Lox, god of ice, Apollo introduced Tao. We have run into some trouble. Pan's gaze lingered on Lox for a moment, his expression undisguised scrutiny. Suddenly, his eyes widened slightly. Interesting soul, a friend from afar. Lox paused, about to ask, but Pan had already turned to Apollo. So, what happened? Apollo told Pan about being hunted by Hades. As he spoke, Pan's expression grew increasingly serious. Ragnarok. Pan whispered, I should have known. What do you know about Tao? Lox asked Tao eagerly. Pan didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the huge oak tree. He placed his hand on the trunk and muttered something under his breath. The runes on the tree trunk began to glow, and a hidden tree hole slowly opened. Come with me, Pan said, there are some things that more people should know. Quote. The two followed Pan into the tree hollow and discovered that it was actually a huge underground cave. The cave walls were covered with ancient murals depicting various mysterious scenes. Pan pointed to one of the murals and said, Look here, this is the first prophecy. The murals depict the fall of the gods, the sky cracks open, the earth collapses, and the ocean boils. Lox stared in shock at the mural, a strange fear rising within him. Those two figures. Ragnarok is not inevitable, Pan continued. The prophecy mentions that when the world enters a more advanced order, new hope will be born. Just then, the cave suddenly began to shake violently. Pan's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Someone has broken into the forest. They rushed out of the tree hollow and found the sky outside had turned pitch black. Countless dark figures were approaching from the thick fog. It was Hades' undead army. Run! Pan shouted to Tao, I'll hold them off. Apollo grabbed Lox's arm. We have to get to Mount Olympus. We must warn Zeus. Lox nodded, but his heart was filled with doubt and unease. Why was the prophecy different from the Greek mythology he knew? The two began to run towards the edge of the forest, with Pan's flute playing and the roars of the undead army coming from behind them. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, blocking their path. It was Hades himself. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Lox once again fawned over Tao, "Your Highness Hades." "The game's over," Hades interrupted Tao before Lox could continue. "Hand over Apollo, and maybe I'll spare your life." Lox stood in front of Apollo, knowing that move wouldn't work the second time, and ice divine power surged within him. Apollo placed his hand on Lox's shoulder, and a warm power flowed into Lox's body. The two simultaneously unleashed divine power, a beam of icy blue light shooting into the sky and forcing Hades back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they rushed out of the forest and headed towards Mount Olympus. Hades's furious roar came from behind, but the two could only continue forward. Hades, black robes fluttered in the gale, his figure like an incarnation of the night, radiating a suffocating pressure. "This is your last chance," Hades' voice was icy cold. "Hand over Apollo, and I can make you a guest of honor at Netherworld." "No, why don't you tell me specifically why you want to capture Apollo?" "Maybe I can persuade Apollo to go to Netherworld with me," Lox said, trying to sound calm, while feeling the power rising within him. Hades coldly replied, "Stop talking nonsense." He raised his hand, and countless dark shadows rose from the ground, transforming into ferocious undead that lunged at the two. Lox immediately unleashed ice divine power, conjuring an ice wall in front of him. However, these undead were more ferocious than those they had encountered before, and they easily penetrated the ice wall. "Watch out!" Apollo shouted, simultaneously releasing a beam of golden light. The undead touched by the golden light let out a shrill scream and turned to ashes. The two stood back to back, their bodies intertwined by the power of ice and the sun, forming a protective net. However, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and they gradually began to feel their strength failing them. Pan's flute music began at that moment, ethereal and mysterious, carrying a primal power. The movements of the spirits noticeably slowed, as if bound by some force. "Hurry!" Pan's voice came from the thick fog. "I'll hold them off." "Don't worry." Pan's figure appeared and disappeared in the mist. "Entering my forest is easy, but getting out won't be so simple." Hades was clearly enraged. He waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding mist and revealing Pan. The forest god stood atop a massive oak tree, his reed flute gleaming brightly. "Foolish Pan," Hades sneered, "do you think you can stop me?" Pan didn't answer, but instead began to play an ancient melody. As the flute music began, the entire forest seemed to come alive. The trees began to move, the vines twisted like giant snakes, and even the moss on the ground emitted a faint glow. A powerful force surged through the forest, the wrath of nature. Pan's figure gradually became transparent, his power was merging with the forest. Apollo acted decisively. This was not the time for sentimentality. He grabbed Lox's hand. "Let's go." The two turned and ran towards the edge of the forest, a deafening roar echoing behind them. Lox glanced back and saw the entire forest twisting and deforming, forming a massive vortex. Hades and his undead army were being swept into it. The two finally broke out of the forest, but their hearts were far from at ease. Apollo stopped and looked at the twisting and deforming forest, his golden eyes flashing with an unconcealable loneliness. "Pan is one of my oldest friends," he whispered Tao. "His use of ancient secret methods to stall Hades and his men is not as simple as it seems. Perhaps, he..." Apollo swallowed back a few more words. "Is this fate?" Lox nodded silently, sensing Apollo's deep sorrow. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Lox could understand the grief of losing a close friend. A blinding light suddenly burst forth from the forest. Lox heard Hades roar, but the sound faded into the distance. The forest returned to its tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Pan used his own life to hold Hades back. We must keep going, Lox said softly to Tao. We can't let Pan's good intentions go to waste. Apollo took a deep breath. You're right, he composed himself. We must warn the other gods. The two continued toward Mount Olympus, but both knew in their hearts that this was only the beginning. Although Hades was temporarily trapped, with his power, he would eventually break free from the shackles of the forest illusion. As night fell, the two rested for a while in a cave. Apollo sat at the cave entrance, gazing at the starry sky, his expression unreadable. Someone once told me, he whispered, Tao, that every life is part of the universe, and death is simply a return to the origin. But even so, the pain of losing a friend is still unbearable. Lox sat down beside him, feeling the cool night breeze. Pan might not necessarily die, Tao continued, and we'll stop Ragnarok and make his actions meaningful. The two remained silent for a while, neither knowing what Tao should say next. Suddenly, a familiar energy fluctuation appeared nearby. Lox stood up and looked around warily. What's wrong? Apollo asked Tao. I sense fluctuations in ice divine power, Lox said, frowning at Tao, but there shouldn't be. Before he finished speaking, a beam of icy blue light rose from the ground, forming a blurry figure. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing Pan's face. Pan! Apollo exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise. Pan's figure was semi-transparent, clearly just a projection. He smiled at the two of them. Don't worry, my friends, I've used the power of ice you left behind. I'm now one with the forest. But Hades? Lox asked Tao hesitantly. He's temporarily trapped in the forest illusion, Pan explained to Tao, but as you expect, he'll break free sooner or later. So you must hurry. Apollo asked Tao urgently, what should we do? Pan's figure began to blur. Go to Mount Olympus, to find the goddess of wisdom. Athena. She is a goddess of prophecy who can help you. Before he could finish speaking, Pan's figure vanished into the night sky. The two stood there, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Lox gazed at the faintly visible Mount Olympus in the distance. Tao spoke first. At least Pan hasn't completely disappeared, has he? We need to set off as soon as possible. Apollo grasped Lox's hand, and the warmth of solar divine power dispelled the chill of the night. Lox thought to himself, Sun God, please don't let it be Yimao. I really don't know how to advise others, I'd better hurry up and go find help. As dawn broke, the outline of Mount Olympus appeared and disappeared in the morning glow. Lox and Apollo stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at this sacred mountain where the gods dwelled. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a magnificent golden temple could be vaguely seen, but the entire mountain range was shrouded in an eerie silence. Something's not right, Apollo said, frowning. Normally at this time, there should be celestial music playing and divine messengers moving about. Lox nodded, sensing a tense atmosphere in the air. Divine power stirred slightly within him, as if warning him of something. The two continued upwards, the scenery along the way breathtaking. Exotic flowers and plants shimmered in the morning dew, waterfalls cascaded down cliffs, and rainbows spanned the valleys. However, all of this could not conceal one fact: it was too quiet. Finally, the two arrived at the goddess of wisdom before the temple of Athena. The tall marble columns were adorned with exquisite reliefs, but the temple doors remained tightly shut. Lox stepped forward and pushed the door, finding it unmoving. Let me do it, Apollo said. He stretched out his hand, and solar divine power gathered in his palm. However, as his power touched the gate, a flash of silver light suddenly deflected his power back. This is Athena's protective barrier, Apollo said in surprise. Why would she seal off her own temple? The two walked around the temple and found that all the entrances were sealed by the same barrier. What was even stranger was that there wasn't a single divine messenger or priest around the temple. Perhaps she's performing some kind of important ritual. Lox guessed Tao. Apollo shook his head. Athena never completely closes off her temple. Even when she's deepest contemplation, she leaves an opening for those who truly need help. Just then, Lox noticed a line of small characters engraved on a pillar on the side of the temple. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was written in ancient Greek. From darkness a destructive force was born. What does this mean? Lox asked Tao. Apollo examined the line of text carefully, a hint of doubt flashing in his golden eyes. Could it be that she means Hades? The two searched the area around the temple again, but found no other clues. The sun was high in the sky, and the intense sunlight made Apollo's face pale. Lox then remembered that his injuries hadn't fully healed. Let's go to your temple of the sun, Lox suggested to Tao. You need rest and treatment. Apollo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. So the two turned onto another mountain path and headed towards the Temple of the Sun. Located on the east side of Mount Olympus, the Temple of the Sun is made entirely of pure gold and gleams in the sunlight. It is also exceptionally quiet. My messengers have all disappeared, Apollo said to Tao, frowning. This is very strange. Upon entering the temple, one is greeted by golden walls inlaid with various gemstones depicting the sun's path. At the very center stands a massive sundial, projecting precise time. Apollo led Lox to a healing chamber deep within the temple. There, they found a bath made of pure crystal, filled with a golden liquid. This is holy water from the sun, Apollo explained Tao, capable of healing wounds and purifying all impurities. He took off his shirt, revealing his muscular chest. Lox noticed that although the wound on his chest had healed, the surrounding skin still had an unnatural red tinge. Apollo stepped into the bath, the golden liquid immediately enveloping his body. He let out a comfortable sigh, closed his eyes, and leaned against the edge of the tub. Lox stood to the side, suddenly feeling dizzy. The ice divine power within him stirred restlessly, as if drawn by something. It wasn't just Apollo. The high pressure at Chaos was also taking its toll on Lox. The powerful energy contained in the sacred water of the sun easily influenced Lox's ice divine power. Come in too. Apollo suddenly opened his eyes and said, Tao, your divine power is greatly depleted and needs to be restored. Lox hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped cautiously into the bath. He felt a stinging sensation when the golden liquid touched his skin, but it quickly turned into a wonderful warmth. The ice divine power reacted miraculously with the sun-holy water, and it felt as if countless tiny ice crystals were melting within Lox's body, releasing pure energy. The two of them remained quietly soaking in the bath, all their questions unanswered. Sunlight streamed through the crystal dome, refracting brilliant light onto the golden liquid surface. Lox, Apollo suddenly spoke, have you ever wondered why we met? Lox opened his eyes and found Apollo staring intently at him. Is this fate? Is this destiny? Lox almost burst into song. Apollo tilted his head. In Chaos World, nothing is purely coincidental. Our encounter stems from the two disparate divine powers, ice and the sun. Fusion, it all seems like, part of a bigger plan. Lox pondered for a moment. You mean, someone is manipulating all of this behind the scenes? Perhaps, Apollo said to Tao, but more likely, it's the will of the world itself. As Pan said, every life is a part of the world. The two fell silent, each pondering this profound question. The warmth of the sacred sun water made Lox feel more relaxed than ever before, even somewhat drowsy. Just then, a commotion arose outside the temple. The two immediately became alert and quickly left the bath. With a wave of his hand, Apollo evaporated all the water droplets on his body, revealing a golden battle robe. The two rushed out of the temple and found the sky filled with dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. A huge black shadow loomed in and out of the clouds, radiating a suffocating pressure. That's Typhon! Apollo exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Lox had heard of this name. Typhon was the most powerful monster in Greek mythology, who once challenged the rule of Zeus. His appearance signifies that Mount Olympus is facing an unknown crisis. We must contact other gods. Lox said urgently. Apollo nodded, but his expression was unusually grave. I'm afraid it's no longer necessary. Look over there. Lox looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that the summit of Mount Olympus was shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning continued to strike, and the entire mountain range trembled. Apollo whispered to Tao, "It came faster than we thought." Typhon's figure appeared and disappeared in the dark clouds, each movement accompanied by deafening thunder. His size was enough to blot out the entire sky above Mount Olympus. Hundreds of dragon heads emerged from his shoulders, each spewing breaths of a different element: fire, ice, lightning, poison mist. This isn't right. Apollo muttered to himself. Typhon should be suppressed in the abyss of Tartarus. Lox once again lost control of the divine power surging violently within him, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the temple of the sun. Apollo swiftly raised its hand, and solar divine power condensed into a golden barrier. Lightning struck the barrier, unleashing a blinding burst of light. Lox was thrown back several steps by the shockwave. We must go to the hall of the King of Gods. Athena may have foreseen this, Apollo shouted. Only by uniting the power of the gods can we defeat Typhon. The two quickly ran towards the hall of the King of Gods at the top of the mountain. The sights along the way were horrifying. The once peaceful heavenly garden had been reduced to ruins. When they arrived at the hall of the King of Gods, they found it already filled with many gods. Zeus sat on his thunder throne, his face grim. Hera stood beside him, her eyes gleaming with worry. Poseidon, trident in hand, the salty smell of the sea filling the air. Ares, fully armed, battle intents blazing. Apollo. Athena stepped out from the crowd. She wore silver armor and looked exhausted, clearly from overusing divine power. And this is Lox, god of ice. Apollo briefly introduced Tao. This is not the time for pleasantries. Typhon has broken through Tartarus's seal. What are your plans? Zeus slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne, causing the entire hall to tremble. Silence. His voice was like thunder. We know about Typhon's threat. The question is, how did he break through? Seal. The main hall was completely silent. Perhaps, this is related to Ragnarok's prophecy, Athena said slowly. Recently, I've observed unusual fluctuations in the threads of fate. Just then, a loud explosion came from outside the hall. One of Typhon's dragon heads broke through the barrier and was spewing flames into the hall. Hephaestus immediately raised his forging hammer, and a metal barrier engulfed Typhon's flames. We can't waste any more time. Ares roared, let me lead the celestial legion into battle. Foolish. Athena rebuked Tao. Typhon is no ordinary enemy. We need a planned battle. The gods began to argue, and the situation briefly spiraled out of control. Lox stood to the side, divine power surging within him, and an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps, we can exploit Typhon's weakness, Lox said. The hall fell silent. All the gods turned to look at this newcomer. Zeus narrowed his eyes. Go on. Typhon is powerful, but each of his heads represents a different element, Lox explained Tao. If we can attack each head simultaneously, we might be able to temporarily suppress him. Apollo nodded. Lox is right. We can split into groups, with each god responsible for fighting one elemental leader. Athena gave an approving look. Good plan. Typhon is powerful, but his mind doesn't work in unison. We need a decoy to attract and distract him. Let me do it. Apollo stepped forward. As the sun god, my power is most likely to attract Typhon's attention. Lox immediately said to Tao, I'll go with you. Apollo turned to look at Lox, but Zeus interrupted their eye contact. Very well, that's settled. Apollo and Lox will draw Typhon's attention. The rest of you will group according to elemental properties and prepare to attack simultaneously. Just then, the dome of the hall was suddenly torn apart. Typhon's giant claws reached in and grabbed a supporting pillar. The entire hall of the King of Gods began to shake, and rubble rained down. Action. Zeus roared, and the thunderbolt scepter in his hand burst into a dazzling light. Apollo grabbed Lox's hand. Ready. Lox nodded, ice divine power surging within him. They simultaneously released divine power, and a dazzling beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through the dark clouds created by Typhon. Typhon's attention was indeed drawn. His hundreds of dragon heads turned towards the two simultaneously, unleashing deafening roars. The two swiftly flew out of the hall of the King of Gods, engaging the colossal creature in the sky. Remember, Apollo said to Tao while dodging the breath attacks, our mission is to buy time, not to fight head-on. Lox nodded, simultaneously unleashing ice divine power, creating countless ice mirrors in the air. Typhon's fiery breath was reflected back by the ice mirrors, scorching his own scales. Well done. Apollo praised Tao. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, the golden arrow flying like a meteor toward Typhon's eye. Typhon lashed out with his giant claws in fury, forcing the two to constantly shift positions. Although their attacks couldn't inflict any real damage on him, they did manage to draw his attention. Suddenly, Lox sensed a powerful energy surge coming from below. Looking down, he saw that the gods were already in place as planned. Zeus's thunder, Poseidon's tsunami, Hephaestus's lava, Athena's divine light, all sorts of divine power erupted simultaneously, aimed directly at Typhon's various heads. Typhon roared in agony as hundreds of dragon heads attacked simultaneously, slowing his movements. The gods seized this opportunity and intensified their attack. Now, Zeus's voice resounded through the heavens. All the gods simultaneously unleashed their strongest divine power, forming a massive energy net that temporarily trapped Typhon. Get out of here. Apollo grabbed Lox's hand and flew quickly towards a safe area. Just as they left, Typhon broke free of his restraints, but his movements became noticeably slower, and he could only retreat temporarily. The two landed on the ruins of the Hall of the King of Gods, panting heavily. Although it was only a brief battle, the divine power consumed was astonishing. This is only temporary, Athena approached, her expression grave. Typhon will recover soon. We need to find a way to deal with him completely. Zeus nodded. Summon all the gods, we must hold a meeting immediately. This time, no one can be absent. Lox noticed that he emphasized the word, nobody, when he said it. Clearly, Hades' absence had aroused Zeus's suspicion. The gods returned to the hall of the King of Gods one by one. Although Typhon had been temporarily repelled, worry was etched on everyone's face. It's been a long time since Zeus became God King. The gods are best at nothing more than drinking and merrymaking. Now, Zeus stood in the center of the ruins of the Hall of the King of Gods, the thunderbolt scepter in his hand gleaming brightly. He raised his scepter high, and a massive bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, shooting straight into the heavens. This lightning split into countless tiny sparks in the air, flying in all directions. This is a decree from the God King, Apollo whispered in Lox's ear, explaining Tao. All gods who receive this summons must come immediately. They stood aside, watching the gods arrive one by one. Suddenly, Zeus's gaze fell upon Lox. You, he said, pointing at Lox, have something for you to do before the gods are all present. Lox hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Please give your orders, God King. Your Majesty. Zeus scrutinized him, his thunderous gaze seemingly piercing through his very soul. Though you are a new god, you have already demonstrated extraordinary potential. In the battles to come, we need every powerful fighter. He paused, then continued, I have decided to grant you the qualification to enter the temple of Source God and receive the origin baptism. A murmur rippled through the hall. Apollo looked at Zeus with surprise and delight, then glanced at Lox, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Follow me, Zeus said, turning and heading deeper into the hall of the King of Gods. Lox quickly followed, feeling the gazes of all the gods fixed on him. Zeus led Lox through a long corridor to a massive bronze door. Zeus raised the thunderbolt scepter and gently touched the door. Runes lit up in sequence, and the door slowly opened. A surge of pure and powerful energy rushed towards him, causing the ice divine power within Lox's body to involuntarily boil. He followed Zeus into the temple and found it to be a huge circular space. In the center was a pool of water, the liquid in which shone with 7 colors, as if it contained all the elements of the world. This is the pool of origin, Zeus explained to Tao. Immersing yourself in it will give you a baptism of the purest divine power. But be warned, this process can be painful. Lox nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the pool. The moment the iridescent liquid touched his skin, he felt an indescribable, excruciating pain. It felt as if countless tiny needles were piercing every cell, or as if he had been thrown into a furnace. Lox gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious. Ice divine power surged wildly within him, attempting to resist the pain. But he soon realized that resistance was futile, and he could only try to relax, letting the power of origin flow into his body. Lox's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. There was no concept of up, down, left, or right, only endless starlight twinkled. He felt a colossal consciousness watching him. Was it, the world will? Interesting little fellow, a grand voice echoed in his mind, you possess extraordinary qualities. Lox tried to speak, but found he couldn't make a sound. The voice continued, Tao, you come from another world, yet you've formed a profound connection with me. You must make good use of your wisdom, only those who can help the world develop will continue to receive my favor. Lox felt a powerful force surge into his sea of consciousness, where it coalesced into a rhomboid ice crystal. The crystal emitted a soft glow and contained unimaginable power. This is a source artifact, the marrow of ice, World Will says to Tao, and it will awaken as you grow. Suddenly, Lox's consciousness was pulled back to reality. He found himself still standing in the pool of origin, but the liquid in the pool had turned into clear water. His body emitted a faint glow, and the ice divine power had become purer and more powerful. Zeus looked at him in astonishment. You actually obtained the Protector Divine office directly. And your divine status reached the second-rank god peak. Lox nodded, feeling the surging power within him. The marrow of ice floated silently in his sea of consciousness, awaiting its awakening. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Zeus frowned. It seems the gods have all arrived. We must hurry back. They emerged from the temple of Source God and found the hall of the King of Gods already filled with numerous deities. Hades finally appeared, standing in a corner, his face obscured by his black robes. Zeus ascended the throne and surveyed the gods. My lords, he began, we face an unprecedented crisis. Typhon's resurrection is only the beginning, a far greater threat may be approaching. Athena stepped forward. According to my observation, the threads of fate are showing unusual fluctuations. Ragnarok's prophecy may be coming true. A commotion arose inside the hall. Apollo glanced at me, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. But, Zeus continued, speaking of Tao, we also see hope. He pointed to me, this new god, Lox, has just passed the origin baptism and gone straight to the Protector Divine office. This might be a revelation from fate. All eyes were on Lox. He felt a pressure, but the divine artifact within the sea of consciousness emanated a warm power that calmed him. I propose, Hera suddenly spoke, that Lox join the Olympian Council. His power could be key to defeating Typhon. Zeus nodded. Agreed. Now, let's talk about how to deal with Typhon. The meeting continued, and the gods began discussing strategies to counter Typhon. Lox stood aside, feeling the surging power within him. The prophetic variables, the world's favor, what does it all mean? Is it the reason of come to Greek mythology? Lox looked at Apollo and found him looking at him too. They smiled at each other, something unspoken between them. Suddenly, Lox sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Was that Pan's breath? He looked around in surprise, but found nothing. The meeting lasted a long time. By the time the gods finally reached a consensus, night had fallen. The gods emerged from the hall of the king of gods and found Typhon's figure faintly visible in the nearby clouds. Tomorrow, Zeus concluded, we will launch a final offensive and are determined to take Typhon. Lox turned to Apollo and whispered to Tao, we need to tell Zeus about Hades. Apollo nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his golden eyes. That's right, but Hades actually came today. We need evidence even more now, otherwise we might alert him, and Zeus might not necessarily trust me. Lox thought for a moment, perhaps we can ask Athena for help. Her wisdom might help us find the breakthrough. Just then, a cold voice came from behind. What are you plotting? The two turned around and found Artemis standing in the moonlight. Her long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She held a silver longbow in her hand, and her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Artemis, Apollo said somewhat awkwardly to Tao, we just discussing how to deal with Hades. Artemis interrupted Apollo abruptly. Seeing their surprised expressions, she smiled slightly, don't forget I'm the goddess of the hunt. Your whispers won't escape my ears. Apollo naturally believed his sister. Yes, we suspect Hades is involved in Typhon's appearance. He once hunted me and Lox. Artemis's expression turned serious. This is indeed very serious. We need to inform Zeus immediately. Wait, Athena's voice suddenly rang out. She stepped out of the shadows, her silver armor gleaming in the moonlight. Telling Zeus directly might not be the best option. Hades is, after all, Zeus's brother. Without solid evidence, Zeus might not believe us. So what's your suggestion? Apollo asked Tao. Athena pondered for a moment, we can gather evidence first. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Just then, Zeus's voice suddenly came from behind. What are you four plotting here? The four were startled and turned to see Zeus standing on the steps of the hall of the king of gods, the thunderbolt scepter gleaming faintly in his hand. Athena stepped forward decisively. Father, we have made some important discoveries that we need to report to you. Zeus narrowed his eyes. About Hades. The group looked at Zeus in surprise. He sighed, I noticed his unusual behavior a while ago. But he's my brother, and he's Hades. Without solid evidence, I can't act rashly. Lox mustered his courage and said to Tao, God King, Your Majesty, Apollo and I were once hunted by Hades. He seems to be plotting something. Zeus's expression turned serious. He waved his hand, and a barrier of lightning enveloped everyone. Explain in detail. Apollo told Zeus about his encounter with Hades in the polar region, including Pan's sacrifice and Typhon's sudden appearance. After listening, Zeus fell into deep thought. This is more serious than I thought, Zeus concluded, but we can't make a fuss about it now. Hades has been operating in Netherworld for years, his influence is deeply entrenched. He looked at Lox. Lox, you've just been appointed Protector Divine Office, but Hades doesn't know that your divine status has reached the second-class god peak, and may not yet understand your true power. This might be an unexpected card for us. Zeus took out a golden rope from his robes, its surface shimmering with an eerie light. This is the god-binding rope, forged from the will of the gods. Even Hades, once bound by it, will be unable to escape. Lox took the god-binding rope and felt the immense power it contained. It seemed to have a life of its own, trembling slightly in Lox's hand. But be careful, Zeus warned Tao, Hades is cunning. You must proceed cautiously and not let him discover our plans. Athena nodded. We can create some illusions to make Hades think we're focused entirely on Typhon, thus lowering their guard. Artemis gripped her longbow tightly. I will keep a close eye on Netherworld's movements. Nothing unusual will escape my notice. Zeus nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Remember, this matter is known only to the five of us. Do not tell the other gods until conclusive evidence is found. The group responded in unison. Zeus waved his hand, and the lightning barrier dissipated. He turned and walked towards the hall of the King of Gods, but paused at the doorway. Lox, make good use of the god-binding rope. He looked down at the god-binding rope in his hand, feeling the will of the gods contained within it. Athena said to Tao, Artemis, you're in charge of monitoring Netherworld's movements. Apollo, you continue the open fight against Typhon. Lox, you investigate Hades, conspiracy covertly. I'll coordinate everything behind the scenes. The three nodded in agreement. Artemis suddenly said to Tao, wait, haven't we forgotten something? The group exchanged bewildered glances, suddenly realizing a crucial issue: Pan's sacrifice. If Hades was indeed connected to Typhon's resurrection, then Pan's sacrifice might only be the beginning. Athena's expression turned serious. We must act quickly. If Hades' plot succeeds, the entire Mount Olympus will be in crisis. The four stood in the moonlight, feeling the cool night breeze. In the distance, Typhon's figure seemed to appear and disappear in the dark clouds. The real threat might be lurking right beside them. The god-binding rope glowed faintly in Lox's hands, as if reminding him of the heavy responsibility he bore. Tomorrow, Athena concluded, we will begin our operation. May the world bless us. The group dispersed. Although they faced a crisis, Lox thought to himself, at least I have a top-tier divine artifact, so it shouldn't be too difficult. In the forest illusion, the rules of time and space are distorted. Towering trees sometimes soar into the clouds, and sometimes dwarf like shrubs, streams sometimes rush like rivers, and sometimes remain still like mirrors. In this ever-changing space, Hades and Pan are engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Hades' black robes fluttered in the distorted space, and in his hand he gripped a longsword formed from the fire of Netherworld. Each swing of the sword left a dark crack in the space. Pan, why are you so persistent? Hades' voice echoed in the illusion. Join my plan, and I can grant you even greater divine power. Pan stood atop a massive oak tree, the reed flute in his hand gleaming with a vibrant green light. Hades, you are blinded by power. Ragnarok brings only destruction, not rebirth. Foolish. The old world is rotten, only destruction can bring rebirth. Hades swung his sword fiercely, a jet-black sword cleaving straight down at the oak tree where Pan stood. Pan swiftly blew his reed flute, the melodious tune transforming into tangible sound waves that collided with sword chi. The two forces clashed violently in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The surrounding trees were reduced to dust by the impact, but quickly grew back under the power of the illusion. Do you see that? Pan shouted, even in this illusion, the power of life is constantly reborn. That is the law of nature. Hades remained unmoved. Natural law. That's just an excuse for the weak. He gripped his sword with both hands and plunged it into the ground. Countless black vines surged from the ground, lunging at Pan like venomous snakes. Pan leapt swiftly among the trees, playing different melodies at the same time. The cheerful tunes caused the vines to sprout flowers and slow their pace. The stirring melodies transformed into sharp blades, severing the approaching vines. The battle raged on for an unknown duration, time within the illusion losing its meaning. Hades grew increasingly impatient. Enough! He roared, his black robes billowing without wind. A massive black hole formed behind him, swallowing everything around it. Pan felt his power being absorbed by the black hole. He knew Tao couldn't delay any longer. Hades, you forced me to this. Pan raised his reed flute high and began to play a melody no one had ever heard before. This piece was unlike any he usually played, and it did not conform to any known musical rules. It seemed to come from ancient times, containing the most primal natural force. As the melody continued, Pan's body began to glow. His skin became transparent, revealing the flow of energy within him. This is a natural sacrifice. Hades exclaimed, Tao, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. That's right, Pan's voice echoed in the illusion, I will sacrifice my body, merging my soul into your memories. You will never be able to escape me, just as nature can never be conquered. Hades tried to stop him, but it was too late. Pan's body transformed into light, which flew towards Hades like fireflies and merged into his black robes. No! Hades clutched his head in anguish, feeling something taking root in his memory. He saw countless images: dense forests, joyful shepherds, melodious flute music. These memories, like vines, entwined his consciousness, gradually obscuring his plans regarding Ragnarok. The illusion began to crumble, trees withered, streams dried up. Hades knelt on the ground, his face contorted beneath his black robes. What? What have you done? Pan's voice echoed in his mind. I have become a part of your memory, Hades. Whenever you try to recall Ragnarok's plans, my presence reminds you of the true nature of things. Hades screamed in agony, trying to banish the voices from his mind. But Pan's soul was embedded in his memory like the roots of a forest penetrating the earth. Why? Why did this? Hades murmured to himself, feeling his memories being rewritten. The illusion collapsed completely, and Hades found himself back in Netherworld. He sat on his throne, his mind a complete mess. He remembered having an important plan, but couldn't recall the specifics. Your Majesty, a Netherworld messenger asked Tao cautiously, are you alright? Hades rubbed his temples. I think. He shook his head. Never mind, it's not important. Has anything unusual happened lately? The messenger hesitated for a moment, then said, Typhon has reappeared and is attacking Mount Olympus. Hades frowned. Typhon. Wasn't he imprisoned in Tartarus? How could he? He suddenly felt a headache coming on, and some blurry fragments of memory flashed through his mind, but quickly disappeared. Your Majesty. The messenger asked, looking at him with concern. Hades waved his hand. I'm fine. Strengthen Netherworld's defenses. Typhon's appearance could have a domino effect. After the messenger left, Hades sat alone on the throne, feeling a gap in his memory. Pan, he murmured to himself, unaware of the origin of the name Tao. At Mount Olympus, no one knew what had happened in the Tao forest illusion. Hades received the God King's decree from Zeus, hesitated for a moment, but still set off for the holy mountain. Beneath Mount Olympus, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Typhon's hundreds of dragon heads loomed in and out of the clouds, each spewing breaths of different elements. Behind him were countless Yao beasts that had escaped from the abyss of Tartarus, roaring and trampling the earth as they marched toward the realm of the gods. Zeus stood before the hall of the King of Gods, thunderbolt scepter held high. Here comes the command of the gods. His voice boomed like thunder. Today, we shall fight to protect Olympus. The gods responded in unison, each displaying their strongest form. Lox and Apollo stood side by side, the power of ice and sun flowing between them. Apollo turned to look at him, his golden eyes flashing with battle intent. Ready, Lox. Lox nodded, gripping the god-binding rope in his sleeve. Let's surprise Typhon. The battle began. Poseidon's monstrous waves crashed against the Yao beast army, sweeping the frontline monsters into the deep sea. Ares led the celestial legion in a flanking attack, the roar of the god of war inspiring every warrior. Athena and Artemis worked in perfect harmony. One used her shield to block Typhon's breath, while the other aimed a silver arrow precisely at Typhon's eye. Hephaestus then laid countless traps and mechanisms on the ground to divide Yao Beast's army. Lox and Apollo flew toward a water-based dragon head in Typhon. This dragon head spewed corrosive acid, causing considerable trouble for the gods. I'll distract it, Apollo said to Tao. You find an opportunity to bind it with ice. Apollo drew back its golden longbow, and an arrow gleaming with the light of the sun shot straight into the eye of Dragon's head. Just then, Lox swiftly unleashed the power of ice. The surging divine power, as if alive, meandered through the air and precisely froze Dragonhead's neck. Increase divine power. Apollo shouted. The two exerted their power simultaneously, and the power of ice and the sun collided. The ice suddenly encountered enormous heat, which actually split the dragon's head off. Typhon let out a painful roar, and the other dragon heads turned towards the two of them, but Zeus's lightning struck first. A massive bolt of lightning struck Typhon, temporarily knocking him back. Well done. Zeus's voice rang out. Keep the attack. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The gods took turns fighting, using every means to weaken Typhon's power. Lox and Apollo worked in perfect harmony, slaying several more dragon heads. With each success, they could feel the gods' power increasing. Finally, at dawn on the fourth day, Typhon's power was weakened to the extreme, and his head was less than half its original size. Zeus seized the opportunity, summoning his strongest lightning to completely defeat Typhon. Now, Zeus roared. Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus acted simultaneously, their combined power opening a passage to the abyss of Tartarus. The final blow. Apollo shouted. He drew his longbow taut, and an arrow fused with solar divine power shot straight for Typhon's heart. At the same time, Lox unleashed his strongest ice divine power, freezing Typhon's body. With the combined power of the gods, Typhon was finally suppressed back into the abyss of Tartarus. The black hole slowly closed, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Sunlight shone again on Mount Olympus, and the gods cheered in victory. After the war, Zeus held a grand victory banquet in the hall of the King of Gods. All the gods gathered to celebrate this hard-won victory. Gentlemen, Zeus raised the golden cup. Today we have not only defeated Typhon, but also proven the unity of the gods. For this, I especially commend several heroes. His gaze fell upon Lox. Lox, as a new god, you displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom in battle. I have decided to establish the Temple of Ice on Mount Olympus in recognition of your contributions. The gods applauded in congratulations. Lox felt a warm current surge through his heart. This was recognition of his abilities. Apollo walked up to Lox, carrying a chilling gift box. This was originally Typhon's water-type dragon head, he said. I had Hephaestus craft a gift for you from it. He opened the box. Inside lay a crystal-clear longbow. The bow was made from Typhon's dragon horn, and the bowstring from dragon sinew. The entire bow exuded a faint chill, perfectly complementing Lox's ice divine power. This is the ice bow, Apollo explained about the Tao. It not only enhances your ice divine power, but you can also use the power of ice to transform arrows into various forms of ice weapons. Lox received the ice bow and felt its immense power. The source artifact in the Sea of Consciousness trembled slightly, creating a strange resonance with the ice bow. Thank you, Lox said sincerely to Tao, this is wonderful. Apollo smiled. You deserve it. We're a team, aren't we? Lox nodded, still filled with gratitude. From their initial clash of attributes to their current perfect teamwork, their relationship had undergone a tremendous change. The victory celebration continued, and the gods drank and laughed heartily. But Lox noticed Hades sitting alone in a corner, looking somewhat dazed. Athena noticed this as well, and looked at Hades thoughtfully, as if she was pondering something. Although Typhon has been suppressed, this is only a temporary victory. In the shadows, perhaps an even greater conspiracy is brewing. But at least for now, the gods could enjoy this hard-won peace. Lox looked at Apollo and found him looking at him too. They smiled at each other. The night sky over Mount Olympus is exceptionally beautiful, dotted with countless stars, making Typhon seem like just a minor interlude. At Apollo's urging, Lox decided to build the Temple of Ice next to the Temple of the Sun. This position not only facilitates communication between the two, but also allows the power of ice and the sun to resonate with each other, forming a unique energy field. Imagine, Apollo said excitedly to Tao, how beautiful the light will be as the first rays of dawn shine upon your temple, the refracted light through the ice. Lox smiled and nodded, beginning to conceive the design of the temple. As a god from China, he decided to build the Temple of Ice into a fusion-style building combining Chinese and Western architectural elements. The main structure adopts the column style of Greek temples, but incorporates a large number of Chinese elements in the details. The construction was personally overseen by Hephaestus. This god of fire, though eccentric in personality, had an unparalleled passion for craftsmanship. When he heard that Lox was going to build a unique temple of ice, he immediately showed great interest. An interesting idea, Hephaestus said, stroking his beard. Using a Greek skeleton to adorn an Eastern soul. Let me think. Ultimately, they settled on a stunning design. The main structure of the temple was crafted from crystal clear ice stone, a special material created by Locke's using ice divine power, which is both strong and beautiful. The temple is supported by 12 enormous ice pillars, each carved with exquisite Chinese dragon patterns. The roof of the temple features a traditional Chinese flying eaves design, with ice crystal wind chimes hanging from the corners, producing a crisp and melodious sound when a breeze blows. Above the main entrance hangs a plaque with the 4 large characters, Temple of Ice, written in seal script. Upon entering the temple, the first thing that catches the eye is a huge courtyard. In the center of the courtyard is an ice-sculpted lotus pond, in which ice lotuses bloom that never fade. The pool water was formed by Locke's using ice divine power. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint chill. The interior design of the main hall is even more ingenious. The floor is paved with white jade-like tiles, carved with auspicious cloud patterns. The walls are inlaid with countless ice crystals, which refract rainbow light under the sunlight. At the very center is a huge ice throne, behind which is an ice sculpture screen depicting scenes from Chinese mythology. What is most amazing is the temple's functional design. Hephaestus cleverly utilized Locke's ice divine power to install various practical devices throughout the temple. For example, the reception room has ice pipes laid under the floor to regulate the indoor temperature, the training ground floor can freeze instantly for live fire drills, and there is even an ice cellar to store various rare items. When the temple was finally completed, the entire Mount Olympus was shaken. Gods came to visit and praised this unique building. It's so beautiful. Aphrodite exclaimed to Tao. The light refracted by these ice crystals is more dazzling than any gemstone I've ever seen. Athena carefully examined the ice sculptures on the wall and said thoughtfully to Tao, "Do these patterns tell a story of an ancient civilization?" Locke nodded and began to tell them about various legends in Chinese mythology. The gods listened with fascination, developing a strong interest in this distant Eastern civilization. To celebrate the completion of the Temple of Ice, the gods decided to hold a grand celebration. Apollo volunteered to take on the preparations, transforming the Temple of Ice's garden into a magnificent spectacle. On the day of the celebration, the gods brought gifts. Hephaestus sent a fine frost furnace, which Locke could use to forge various ice-based objects. Athena gifted a scroll containing ancient wisdom, said to have been left by a wise man from the east, like Locke's. Aphrodite sent a magic mirror that could give the most suitable outfit advice and also chat with people. What was most touching was Apollo's gift. He sent a huge ice sculpture depicting the two fighting side by side in battle. The sculpture was incredibly lifelike, even perfectly capturing the radiance of the divine power. This was designed with Hephaestus's help. Apollo said somewhat shyly to Tao, "It's my first sculpted piece, I hope you like it." Locke accepted the gift with great reverence, feeling the deep affection it contained. "This is the most meaningful gift I've ever received," he said sincerely to Tao. "Thank you, Apollo." At the celebration, the gods drank and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere. Demeter brought her precious fruit, while Dionysus offered his treasured wine. Apollo played his golden harp, and the melodious tune echoed in the night sky. Standing on the steps of the Temple of Ice, Locke watched the bustling scene, his heart filled with emotion. From initial discomfort to current integration, Locke had finally found a place to settle down in Mount Olympus. Suddenly, Locke noticed Hades standing alone in a corner, looking somewhat forlorn. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a glass of wine and walked over. "Lord Hades, thank you for coming to the celebration." Hades seemed somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. "Your temple is very special," he said to Tao. "It reminds me of some hazy memories." Locke's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to ask further when Athena approached. "Uncle Hades," she said with a smile, "Tao, you should attend more gatherings like this." No matter how busy Netherworld is, you need to relax sometimes. Hades nodded, but his eyes remained somewhat dazed. Lox noticed something flickering under his black robes, but it quickly disappeared. The celebration continued late into the night. As the gods gradually departed, Apollo remained. Do you need me to help you sort through the gifts? He asked Tao. Lox shook his head. No need, I want to be alone for a while. Apollo nodded understandingly. Okay, see you tomorrow. He turned and left, his golden figure shining brightly in the moonlight. Lox walked alone into the Temple of Ice, feeling every brick and tile. The source artifact in the Sea of Consciousness trembled slightly, as if responding to the temple's energy. Walking to the Lotus Pond, Lox looked at the moonlight reflected in the water and couldn't help but think of the moon in his hometown. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. Turning around, he saw Athena standing at the temple entrance. Sorry to bother you, she said, but I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Lox nodded and invited her into the reception room. Athena looked around and exclaimed to Tao, your temple is truly amazing. These Eastern elements remind me of some ancient stories. Lox's heart skipped a beat. What story? Athena smiled mysteriously. Perhaps we can discuss this in detail another day. Now, I'd like to talk to you about Hades. Athena sat gracefully on the ice-sculpted chair in the reception room, her silver armor gleaming softly in the moonlight. Lox poured her a glass of dew collected from divine power, garnished with a touch of sunshine. She took a small sip and looked on with appreciation. Your temple is not only beautiful, but even your drinks are so unique, Athena smiled. No wonder Apollo has been coming all over here lately. Lox coughed somewhat awkwardly. Lady Athena, you just said you wanted to talk about Hades. Athena's expression turned serious. Yes. I've noticed Hades has been behaving strangely lately. He's not only missed several important meetings, but he's also seemed distracted during battles and hasn't been manipulating things as we expected. Lox recalled Hades' unusual behavior at the celebration. I noticed it too. He seemed trying to remember something, but just couldn't quite recall it. Athena nodded. That's exactly what I'm worried about. As goddess of wisdom, I suspect Hades' memories may have been tampered with. Lox was startled. Who could do this? And why would they do it? But he had a vague answer in his mind. Athena stood up and walked to the lotus pond. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. Perhaps, we can find the answer through prophecy. She turned to Lox. How much do you know about prophecy? Lox shook his head. I've only heard about it. It's said to be an extremely complex and profound divine art. Athena smiled slightly. That's true. But you have ice divine power, a pure power that's well suited for prophecy. If you'd like, I can teach you some basics. Lox was somewhat surprised. Is this appropriate? Isn't prophecy your specialty? Knowledge should be shared, Athena said to Tao, and I suspect this might have something to do with you as well. She walked to the center of the temple and gestured for Lox to follow. The essence of prophecy is to resonate with the divine power and the threads of fate, thereby glimpsing fragments of the future. She turned to Lox and continued, but many people don't know that one type of prophecy not only allows you to see the future, but also to observe the past. The pure properties of ice divine power allow you to perceive the fluctuations of fate more clearly. Athena began her demonstration. She formed hand seals, and silver divine power wove intricate patterns in the air. Watch closely, this is the most basic prophecy pose. You need to gather the divine power at your fingertips, and then. Lox observed carefully and tried to imitate it. The divine artifact in the Sea of Consciousness trembled slightly, seemingly guiding him on how to use divine power. Soon, a wisp of silver light also condensed at his fingertips. Excellent. Athena praised Tao. Your talent is even greater than I imagined. Now, let's attempt a real prophecy. She took out a handful of silver sand and scattered it on the ground, forming an intricate pattern. This is the array of fate, which can enhance the effects of prophecy. Stand at the center of the array, close your eyes, and feel the fluctuations of fate. Lox stood still as instructed and closed his eyes. Athena began chanting an ancient incantation. Lox felt the surrounding space begin to vibrate. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged into his consciousness. He saw countless images flash before his eyes, Hades fighting a figure in the forest. Pan's flute echoing throughout the netherworld. Focus your attention, Athena's voice rang in my ears, look for images related to Hades. Lox struggled to control his consciousness and finally grasped a clear scene. Hades was kneeling on the ground, his hands clutching his head, seemingly enduring immense pain. A blurry figure stood before him, holding a reed flute. Suddenly, the screen shattered. Lox opened his eyes and found himself covered in sweat. Athena looked at him with concern. What did you see? Lox described the scene he had witnessed to her. Athena nodded thoughtfully, just as I thought. Pan, he sacrificed himself to seal Hades' memories. Lox looked at Athena. Pan. To protect us, Athena sighed for Tao. Hades originally planned to trigger Ragnarok ahead of schedule, but Pan stopped him with his own life. Lox, recalling his experiences in the forest and Hades' recent unusual behavior, suddenly realized. So Hades has now lost his memory of the conspiracy. Yes, Athena said to Tao, but this is only temporary. Seals will loosen, and we must be prepared. She walked to the temple window, gazing at Mount Olympus in the distance. Lox, your arrival may not be accidental. The timing of your protector divine office's visit is so coincidental, perhaps you hold the key to stopping Ragnarok. Lox nodded thoughtfully. I understand. I will work with Apollo to protect Mount Olympus to the best of our ability. Athena turned around, a knowing smile on her face. Speaking of Apollo, I've noticed you two seem to have a close relationship. Lox coughed awkwardly. We're just good friends. Really? Athena teased Tao. I've never seen Apollo so attentive to anyone. He pestered Hephaestus for days to prepare a gift for you. Lox felt his face burning. Lady Athena. She waved her hand with a smile. All right, I'm just teasing you. But seriously, your strengths complement each other very well. If you could truly fusion, you might create an unprecedented miracle. Lox nodded thoughtfully. Athena glanced at the sky. It's getting late, I should head back. Remember, don't tell anyone about Hades for now, including Apollo. Why? Lox asked Tao, puzzled. Athena turned her head. Because sometimes not knowing Tao can actually get a job done better than knowing Tao. Lox nodded solemnly. I understand. After seeing Athena off, Lox stood alone in the temple courtyard. Moonlight shone on the ice-sculpted lotus, reflecting a dreamlike glow. He pondered the spell he had just witnessed, his heart filled with doubt and worry. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar presence again. Turning around, he saw Apollo standing at the temple entrance. I sense a powerful fluctuation of divine power here, Apollo asked Tao with concern. What's happening? Lox hesitated for a moment, then ultimately decided to keep the truth to himself for the time being. It's nothing, Athena just came to teach me some basics of prophecy. Apollo's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Maybe we can practice together sometime. The clash of different divine powers might even create a new prophecy style. Seeing his excitement, Lox couldn't help but smile. Perhaps Athena was right, their powers did indeed have a wonderful complementarity. By the way, Apollo suddenly said, I just had an idea. Perhaps we could build a bridge between your temple of ice and my temple of the sun. That way, we could communicate more easily. Lox's heart skipped a beat. That's a good idea. But, won't the other gods think we're getting too close? Apollo shrugged. Let them talk. We're friends, aren't we? Looking into Apollo's golden eyes, I could feel the genuine emotion within them. Perhaps Athena's joke wasn't entirely unfounded. After Apollo proposed building a bridge connecting the two temples, he immediately devoted himself to the design and research. As the sun god, he knew that combining the two properties of light and ice was no easy task, but he was determined to create a bridge unlike any other. Lox often saw Apollo pacing back and forth in the garden of the Temple of the Sun, holding parchment covered with various design drawings. Sometimes he would suddenly burst into the Temple of Ice, excitedly showing Lox his new ideas. Look at this design. Apollo excitedly ran into the Temple of Ice one day. If we install light prisms on both sides of the bridge, we can make the sunlight refract into a rainbow-like effect. Lox carefully examined his design drawings and had to admit the idea was very creative. But how do we perfectly combine the ice crystals and the light prism? Lox asked Tao. The properties of the two materials are too different. Apollo frowned. That's exactly what I've been thinking about. Perhaps, we need the help of an expert. A flash of seven-colored light, goddess of the rainbow Iris appeared before them. I heard you were looking for help. She smiled, her colorful dress shimmering in the sunlight. Apollo's eyes lit up. Iris. We want to build a bridge connecting the two temples, and we need the properties of fusion, light and ice. Iris carefully examined Apollo's design drawings. An interesting idea. Perhaps we can use my rainbow power as a medium to reconcile the differences between the two attributes. And so, the plan to build Rainbow Bridge officially began. Iris was in charge of harmonizing the properties, Apollo was in charge of the lighting design, and Lox provided the ice materials. The three often discussed at the construction site until late at night, researching how to make the bridge both practical and beautiful. Meanwhile, Lox is also exploring the mysteries of the source artifact in the Sea of Consciousness within the cultivate chamber of the Temple of Ice. Since his last study of prophecy with Athena, the marrow of ice seems to have undergone subtle changes. The cultivate chamber, located beneath the temple, is a space entirely crafted from ice. Lox sat cross-legged on the central ice lotus platform, closed his eyes, and sank his consciousness into the Sea of Consciousness. Within the Sea of Consciousness, the rhomboid ice crystal floated silently, emitting a soft glow. Lox attempted to touch it with his divine power, and suddenly, a powerful flow of information surged into his consciousness. He saw countless images, snow-capped mountains, ancient Eastern temples, mysterious ruins. These images flashed by quickly, finally settling on one scene, an old man dressed in white, holding a stone similar to Lox's. The same ice crystals as those in the Sea of Consciousness. The power of ice lies not only in freezing, but also in changing, the old man's voice echoed in his mind. Ice can be as hard as iron, or as soft as water. The key is balance. Suddenly, Lox felt the ice divine power within him begin to change. The originally icy and chilling power became gentle, as if it had come to life. He opened his eyes and found that the ice crystals in the cultivate room were trembling slightly, emitting a pleasant resonance. Lox reached out and tried to control this new power. The once hard ice crystals softened in his hands, flowing like water while retaining the properties of ice. Lox was pleasantly surprised to find that ice divine power in this state was not only easier to control, but also more powerful. Just then, Apollo's excited voice came from outside. Lox. Come and see, the main structure of Rainbow Bridge is complete. Lox stepped out of the cultivate room and onto the construction site. The sight before him astonished him. A crystal-clear ice bridge spanned between two temples, its surface inlaid with countless light prisms. Under the sunlight, the entire bridge reflects a rainbow of colors, like a rainbow spanning the sky. So beautiful. Lox exclaimed sincerely at Tao. Apollo smiled smugly. This is just the beginning. Iris is applying her final blessing to the bridge, ensuring it remains in this state forever. The two walked onto Rainbow Bridge, feeling the wonderful sensation beneath their feet. The ice crystals were warm but did not melt under the sunlight, while the light prisms broke the sunlight into 7 colors, creating ever-changing light and shadow on the bridge surface. This feeling, Lox closed his eyes, savoring the perfect fusion of light and ice, is like our divine power resonating within us. Apollo nodded. Yes, this bridge is not only a passage connecting the two temples, but also a symbol of our friendship. Just then, Iris completed her final blessing. The entire rainbow bridge suddenly burst into a dazzling light, with a seven-colored beam of light shooting straight into the sky. The entire Mount Olympus was enveloped in this beautiful light, and the gods all came out to witness this wonder. Zeus stood before the hall of the king of gods, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, boys. This rainbow bridge will become a new landmark of Mount Olympus. Athena looked thoughtfully at Rainbow Bridge. The combination of light and ice, perhaps it foreshadows some deeper connection. Hephaestus praised the bridge's structure, exclaiming, "Perfect craftsmanship. I must study these materials carefully." Fusion's technology. The celebration was held once again at the Temple of Ice, this time to commemorate the completion of the Rainbow Bridge. The gods strolled across the bridge, admiring its unique beauty. Apollo and Locke stood at the highest point of the bridge, overlooking the entire Mount Olympus. Do you know Tao? Apollo suddenly said. During the construction of this bridge, I had a new idea. Locke looked at him curiously. What are you thinking? Perhaps we can apply this fusion of light and ice to combat, Apollo said excitedly to Tao. Imagine if we could create a move that fused two divine powers. Quote. Locke's the divine artifact in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the balance the old man spoke of. Just then, Athena approached. I sense a wonderful resonance with your divine power. She hesitated before saying, Tao, perhaps you could try combining it with prophecy. Locke and Apollo exchanged a glance, both seeing a gleam of eager anticipation in each other's eyes. Why not? Locke said to Tao with a smile. Let's try and see what kind of miracles the combination of ice and sun can create. At Athena's suggestion, the three decided to try a joint prophecy in the cultivate room of the Temple of Ice. This underground space is not only quiet and secluded, but the pure properties of ice divine power also enhance the effects of prophecy. Apollo, Athena, and Locke sat cross-legged on the ice lotus platform, forming a triangle. The ice crystals embedded in the walls of the cultivate room trembled slightly under the fluctuations of prophecy, emitting a ghostly blue light. Remember, Athena said solemnly to Tao, grand prophecy is different from ordinary prophecy. We need to perfectly fusion the three divine powers to glimpse the essence of destiny. This process can be dangerous. Stop immediately if anything goes wrong. Locke nodded solemnly, and the marrow of ice in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, as if preparing for the upcoming challenge. Athena began chanting an ancient incantation, and silver divine power surged from her body, weaving intricate patterns in the air. Apollo followed suit, incorporating the golden solar divine power into the design, adding a warm glow. Locke closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. Guided by him, the source artifact released pure ice divine power, slowly merging into the patterns in the air. The three types of divine power intertwined to form a dazzling three-dimensional rune. Until Locke felt his consciousness being pulled into a strange space, where countless glowing threads intertwined within the void realm. Locke realized that this was the threads of fate. Focus your attention, Athena's voice echoed in his mind. Search for the thread of fate connecting Hades. The three consciousnesses swam in the sea of destiny, finally finding a dim gray thread. This thread was bound by a ball of black energy. It was Hades, thread of destiny. This is it, Apollo said. I can feel Pan's breath. Locke's consciousness cautiously approached the thread of fate. Suddenly, the black energy began to stir, forming a blurry figure. It was Hades's consciousness projection. Who dares to pry into my destiny? Hades, projection roared, and black energy rushed towards the three of them. Now! Athena shouted. The three of them simultaneously unleashed divine power, the three powers merging into a single, dazzling light that struck the black energy. Bathed in light, the black energy began to dissipate. The three saw Pan's figure. He was slumbering within Hades' memories. Pan seemed to sense their presence and opened his eyes. Thank you, Pan's voice echoed in my mind. Your arrival allowed me to reinforce Seal. The three of them worked together to infuse Pan's body with pure divine power. Pan's form became more solid, and he once again played that mysterious melody. The gray threads of fate have become bright again, and the black energy has been completely dispelled. Suddenly, a powerful recoil force yanked the three of them back to reality. They opened their eyes simultaneously and found that the ice crystals in the cultivate room were trembling violently. We succeeded. Athena exclaimed joyfully. We not only reinforced Seal, but we also purified Hades's threads of fate. Apollo wiped the sweat from his brow. This is incredibly exciting. I never imagined prophecy could be used like this. Lox sensed the marrow of ice within the sea of consciousness and noticed it seemed to have become brighter. This experience gave me a new understanding of ice divine power, he said to Tao, and perhaps we can develop more combined divine spells. Athena nodded approvingly. That's right, the combination of your divine power has indeed produced unexpected results. She suddenly gave a meaningful smile. Speaking of marriage, you two have been getting quite close lately. Lox and Apollo both froze. Apollo coughed awkwardly. Athena, what are you saying? Stop pretending, Athena teased Tao, the whole of Mount Olympus is talking about you two. Even Hera is asking me if the sun god and the ice god are dating. Lox felt his face burning. Lady Athena, we just good friends. Athena interrupted Tao. Come on, I've never seen Apollo care about anyone this much. He's troubled countless gods to build Rainbow Bridge for you. Apollo blushed too. Athena. Athena laughed and waved her hand. Alright, I'm just teasing you guys. But seriously, your relationship is definitely special. Special. This connection is like a bridge. Lox thought to himself. After seeing Athena off, Lox and Apollo stood on Rainbow Bridge, watching Mount Olympus bathed in the setting sun. A subtle atmosphere filled the air. Apollo suddenly spoke up. Don't take Athena's words too seriously. She just likes to joke around. Lox turned to look at him and noticed a complex light flickering in his golden eyes. Actually, Lox whispered, I don't mind. Apollo paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed them in its golden light, turning Rainbow Bridge golden. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Temple of the Moon, Athena found Artemis. Guess what I just saw? Athena said mysteriously. Artemis, polishing her silver bow, said to Tao without looking up, I've had enough gossip about my brother. Athena sat down beside her. But this time was different. I saw it with my own eyes. When they cast grand prophecy, their divine power fused perfectly, like a match made in heaven. Artemis finally looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. You mean, they really? Athena nodded. And you haven't seen them now. Standing on Rainbow Bridge, their silhouettes against the setting sun. It's like a painting. Artemis said thoughtfully to Tao, no wonder Apollo has been going to the Temple of Ice so much lately. I thought he was just interested in the new god. It's not just interest, Athena laughed, I think he's genuinely smitten. You didn't see him when he was building Rainbow Bridge, he was like a mortal in love. The two goddesses exchanged a smile. Artemis sighed, I hope he can find true happiness this time. Apollo is always too focused on his duties and has never considered personal relationships before. Athena nodded. Maybe Lox is the one who can put him at ease. After all, the combination of ice and sun sounds romantic, doesn't it? While they talked, Lox and Apollo remained standing on Rainbow Bridge. The sun had set, and stars began to adorn the night sky. Neither of them spoke, but a tacit warmth filled the air. Perhaps Athena is right. The combination of ice and light is not merely a fusion of divine power, but a resonance of the soul. After a while, or perhaps a very long time, Apollo suddenly asked Tao, Lox. Standing on Rainbow Bridge, Lox and Apollo gazed at the distant starry sky. A gentle night breeze brought a touch of coolness, but the warmth generated by the merging of divine power dispelled the chill. Do you remember the first time we met? Apollo suddenly asked Tao. In the forest, you saved me. Lox nodded, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Back then, I wasn't very good at controlling ice divine power, and I almost froze you into an ice sculpture. Apollo chuckled. Yes, who would have thought that clumsy new god would become an indispensable member of Mount Olympus? The two smiled at each other, memories flooding back. Suddenly, Lox remembered Lydia, the little girl who had helped them in the human world. I wonder how Dahlia is doing now, Lox said softly. She gave us food and help, but never asked for anything in return. Apollo's gaze softened. Yes, the kindness in people always moves me. Perhaps, we should go see her. Lox immediately agreed to the suggestion. The next morning, the two embarked on their journey to the human world. To avoid causing a commotion, they incarnationed as two ordinary travelers, dressed simply, and concealed the brilliance of divine power. When they arrived at the familiar village, they found that it had changed a lot. The small village has been transformed into a prosperous town, but an uneasy atmosphere permeates the air. Something's not right here, Apollo frowned. I can sense a dark force. Following this force, they arrived at the town center and discovered a newly built black temple. Many pale-faced worshippers had gathered around the temple, performing some kind of eerie ritual. This is the faith of Netherworld? Lox asked Tao in surprise. Apollo nodded. It seems Hades left his mark here before being sealed away. The two decided to investigate. That night, they sneaked into the temple and discovered a statue of Hades inside. The statue's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, seemingly absorbing the life force of the believers. We must stop this, Lox said to Tao, or the whole town will be plunged into darkness. Apollo agreed, and the two decided to act at noon the next day, when the sun was at its strongest. The next day, the two stood before the temple, facing the terrified worshippers. Apollo unleashed solar divine power, and the golden light dispelled the gloom surrounding the temple. Awaken, you deceived people. Apollo's voice boomed like a bell. What you worship is merely a false illusion. Lox simultaneously unleashed ice divine power, freezing Hades' statue. Under the combined effects of the two divine powers, the statue began to crack and eventually crumbled into dust. The believers, as if waking from a dream, knelt down in repentance. The two decided to build a new temple there to purify the land. Let's build the first ice temple here, Apollo proposed to Tao, and protect this land with your divine power. Lox nodded and began to unleash divine power. A crystal-clear temple rose from the ruins, radiating pure power of ice. The temple walls are carved with scenes of Lox and Apollo fighting side by side, to commemorate their friendship. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the crowd. It was Leah. She had grown into a young woman, but her clear eyes remained unchanged. It's you guys. Leah exclaimed in surprise. I knew you weren't ordinary people. The two exchanged a smile and decided to give Leah a special blessing. Apollo bestowed upon her the warmth of the sun, ensuring her eternal health and happiness. Lox, on the other hand, granted her the icy rationality, enabling her to distinguish right from wrong. This temple is now in your care, Lox said to Leah. Use your kindness and reason to protect this land. With that, a surge of power of ice flowed into Leah's brow. Leah nodded excitedly, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, Lord Lox. I will definitely protect this place well. After settling their affairs in the human realm, the two decided to continue their journey. Apollo suggested going to the Arctic, the source of the ice divine power. Perhaps you can find more secrets about the ice divine power there, Apollo said to Tao. And I've always wanted to see what the aurora borealis looks like. When the two gods arrived at the Arctic, it was a pristine world of ice and snow. The aurora borealis danced in the night sky, like a divine paintbrush depicting beautiful patterns. It's so beautiful. Apollo exclaimed, it's even more spectacular than I imagined. Lox sensed the intense power of ice here, and the source artifact in the sea of consciousness trembled violently. Suddenly, he saw a vision. An old man in white stood on the glacier, holding an ice crystal exactly the same as the one in the sea of consciousness. Welcome home, child, the old man's voice echoed in my mind. This is the source of ice divine power, and the final resting place of your strength. Lox opened his eyes and found Apollo looking at him with concern. Are you all right? You suddenly froze just now. Lox shook his head. I saw a vision. This place seems to have a special connection to my power. The two decided to build a temporary shelter in the Arctic. Lox used ice divine power to build a small igloo, while Apollo used solar divine power to create a permanent light source on the roof. In this secluded place, the two spent several peaceful days. By day, they explored the glacier together, studying the mysteries of the ice divine power. By night, they sat in front of their igloo, admiring the magnificent aurora borealis and sharing their stories. Do you know Tao? Apollo suddenly said to Tao one evening, I've never felt so relaxed. At Mount Olympus, I was always bound by various responsibilities. Lox nodded understandingly. Me too. I feel truly free here. The two exchanged a smile, a warm, inspoken understanding filling the air. The aurora borealis danced overhead, as if celebrating their friendship. Just then, Lox suddenly sensed a change in the source artifact within the sea of consciousness. It began to tremble violently, releasing powerful energy. Lox closed his eyes, letting the power flow through his body. When Lox opened his eyes again, he found his ice divine power had become even purer and more powerful. Apollo looked at him in surprise. Your eyes have turned ice blue. Lox walked to an ice wall outside the igloo and saw his reflection. His eyes were like the purest sapphires, radiating a mysterious light. This is the awakening of ice divine power, Lox murmured. I've finally found the true source of this power. Apollo was happy for him, but also somewhat worried. What does this mean? Will you leave Mount Olympus? Lox shook his head. No, Mount Olympus has my friends, and it will be where I live for a long time. But this place will always be my source of strength. Before departing, the two gods decided to establish a permanent marker here. They built an ice crystal tower using ice divine power, with a sunstone embedded at its top. Let's make a promise, Apollo said to Tao, that whatever the future holds, we'll face it together. Lox nodded solemnly, it's a deal. Then he remembered that the Arctic seemed to be missing something. Beneath the ice crystal tower in the Arctic, Lox and Apollo discussed how to better protect this pristine land. The aurora danced in the night sky, as if listening to their conversation. This place is too vast, Lox said, gazing at the boundless glacier. It's difficult for me to protect this area all the time by myself. Apollo nodded. Indeed. Perhaps, you could create a subordinate god to help you protect this place. This suggestion caught Lox's eye. Creating a subordinate god. Is that feasible? Of course, Apollo smiled. As the god of ice source, you have the opportunity to be promoted to the rank of chief god in the future. Quote. Creating a subordinate god is quite common, like my sun god. Considering the environment here, perhaps you could create an ice subordinate god. Lox pondered for a moment and thought the idea was good. But just as he was about to get started, Apollo offered another suggestion. Wait a minute, he said to Tao, a simple ice-based subordinate god might not be enough. The polar region has not only ice and snow, but also the aurora borealis. Perhaps we can combine our divine power to create a unique subordinate god. The idea intrigued and excited Lox. They decided to perform this sacred creation ritual beneath the ice crystal tower. First, Lox used ice divine power to create a human-shaped ice sculpture. The sculpture was incredibly lifelike, resembling a sleeping maiden. Apollo used solar divine power to create a halo around the ice sculpture, giving it a sense of life. Now, we need to inject the power of origin, Apollo said to Tao, which will determine the nature of subordinate god. Lox nodded, drawing a wisp of icy origin from the sea of consciousness. Pure power of ice flowed into the ice sculpture, making it even more crystalline. Apollo also released a wisp of light, Origin, where golden light intertwined with icy blue energy. Suddenly, the sunstone atop the ice crystal tower burst forth with dazzling light. The aurora borealis danced wildly in the night sky, as if celebrating the birth of a new god. The ice sculpture began to emit a soft glow, and its surface displayed aurora-like colors. Gradually, the ice sculpture transformed into a real girl. She had long, silvery white hair, skin as pure as the finest ice and snow, and eyes that sparkled with the colors of the aurora borealis. The girl opened her eyes and looked at Apollo and Lox with curiosity. Father God, she asked Tao softly, her voice as clear as ice crystals colliding. Lox and Apollo were both stunned. The girl continued, I sensed your origin power. You created me, didn't you? The two exchanged a smile, accepting the title. Yes, Lox said to Tao, we created you to protect this polar region. You will be the god of Aurora, named Aurora. Apollo added to Tao, although you are only a third-tier god now, the Aurora's origin gives you limitless potential. Over time, you will become even more powerful. Aurora nodded happily, thank you, Father God. I will definitely protect this land well. She floated up gracefully, dancing in the air, leaving a trail of dazzling aurora behind her. Watching her joyfully soar through the night sky, Lox and Apollo both smiled with satisfaction. She's so beautiful, Apollo whispered to Tao, just like our child. Lox turned to look at him and saw a gentle light shimmering in his golden eyes. The aurora borealis reflected on his face, making him look exceptionally charming. Apollo. He turned his head and met Lox's gaze. A subtle atmosphere filled the air, as if time itself had stood still. Lox, Apollo suddenly said to Tao, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Lox's heart raced, and the ice crystals in the sea of consciousness trembled violently. What is it? Apollo took a deep breath. In the process of creating Aurora, I realized, my feelings for you go beyond friendship. Lox felt his face burning. Me too. I was attracted to you from the first time we met. It's just, I've always been too shy. Apollo smiled broadly and reached out to gently grasp Lox's hand. The warmth of the solar divine power dispelled the chill of the polar region, bringing a sense of peace and security. Perhaps this is fate, Apollo said to Tao. Lox nodded, feeling the warmth of his hand. Yes, he suddenly smiled. Love is a light, so beautiful, guiding us to the future we desire. Just then, Aurora flew back. She looked curiously at the two gods' clasped hands. Fathers, are they discussing something? Lox and Apollo exchanged a smile and nodded simultaneously. Yes, Aurora, Lox said, Tao. Quote. We are not only your creators, but also people who met in the polar region, so we will build a temple in the polar region for us to live together. Aurora clapped her hands happily, great. Now we're family. She rushed over and gave them both a big hug. Although her body was made of ice, the hug was full of warmth. Under the aurora borealis, the three stood together, creating a heartwarming scene. We should celebrate, Apollo suggested to Tao. How about a grand show with the aurora borealis? Aurora nodded excitedly, I can do it. She took to the sky and began to dance. With her movements, the aurora became even more dazzling and colorful, painting beautiful patterns across the night sky. Lox and Apollo stood beneath the ice crystal tower, enjoying this unique performance. Do you know Tao? Apollo suddenly said, I've never been happier. I have someone by my side, in this beautiful polar region, this is the life I've always dreamed of. The two nestled together. Me too. Although we still have many responsibilities to bear. The aurora borealis danced overhead, as if blessing this family. In this pristine polar region, they found each other, and Lox found his place in this world. Lox figured that Aurora would be residing permanently in the polar region in the future, and the polar region was also a source of his power. Perhaps it was time to unify the management of the polar region. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Travel through the Greek mythology. At the beginning become the ice god. Part 2. In the heart of the Arctic, three gods began building the Aurora Temple. This temple will become a symbol of the polar region and the home of Aurora. Apollo used solar divine power to lay the foundation for the temple, while Lox used ice divine power to shape the main structure. Fathers, Aurora said excitedly to Tao, may I add Aurora decorations to the temple? The two nodded and smiled. Aurora immediately took to the sky and began to use the aurora to draw beautiful patterns on the surface of the temple. The vibrant colors flow across the surface of the ice crystals, making the entire temple resemble a work of art. However, just as the temple was about to be completed, a golden divine decree descended from the sky. Apollo caught the decree, his expression turning solemn. It is Zeus's summons, he said, Tao. There is urgent business on the holy mountain that requires my return. Lox nodded understandingly. Go ahead, Aurora, and I will stay here. Apollo looked at them worriedly, but there are still many snow beast tribes in the Arctic that haven't submitted. Be careful while I'm gone. Lox smiled confidently. Don't worry, we're not to be trifled with. Besides, this is a good opportunity for Aurora to establish her authority. Apollo finally embraced Lox and Aurora, then transformed into a beam of golden light and soared into the sky. Aurora was somewhat disappointed, but quickly rallied. Father God, she said to Tao, let us begin our tour of the polar region. I will let all the snow beasts know that Tao, god of Aurora, has arrived. The two embarked on a journey through the Arctic. Their first stop was a direwolf tribe, these massive white wolves being among the most formidable predators in the polar region. As the two approached their territory, a pack of direwolves blocked their path. The alpha wolf, a massive creature, had eyes that gleamed with intelligence. Unfamiliar deities, the Wolf King said in a deep voice, this is the territory of the ice dire wolves. Please state your purpose. Lox stepped forward, I am the god of ice. Lox, this is the god of Aurora. We have come here to establish a new order. The Wolf King looked at them warily. We dire wolves have lived here for generations, we don't need the rule of gods. Aurora flew forward, releasing a dazzling aurora. We are not here to rule, but to protect. The polar region will become a home for all living beings, not a battlefield for conflict. The Wolf King remained silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a long howl. Dozens of dire wolves surged out from all directions, surrounding the two of them. Then let's see if you're qualified to protect the polar region. The Wolf King roared. A battle was about to break out. The pack of wolves pounced on the two, their sharp claws gleaming coldly. Lox unleashed ice divine power, creating a wall of ice around him. Aurora then flew into the air, using the aurora to disrupt the wolves' vision. Don't hurt them, Lox said to Aurora. We should earn their respect, not create hatred. Aurora nodded and changed her strategy. She began using the aurora to create various illusions, confusing the wolves' senses. Lox, on the other hand, used ice divine power to create an ice cage, trapping the wolves inside. Finally, realizing he could not defeat the two gods, the Wolf King howled in retreat. After the pack withdrew, the Wolf King remained alone. You are indeed powerful, said the Wolf King to Tao. Perhaps the polar region truly needs your protection. The Ice Wolf tribe is willing to submit. And so, they subdued their first snow beast tribe. In the days that followed, they continued their exploration of the polar region, encountering various challenges, ferocious ice bears, cunning snow foxes, and mysterious snow elves. Each battle improved the two's strength. Aurora gradually mastered various ways to use the aurora, from the initial illusion creation to the later aurora arrow rain, her strength steadily increased. Lox repeatedly broke through during the battle. The source artifact in the Sea of Consciousness trembled violently, releasing increasingly powerful energy. In a battle against the Frost Giant, Lox finally broke through bottleneck. It was a fierce battle. The Frost Giants were among the oldest creatures in the polar region, possessing immense power of ice. Their battle triggered a massive blizzard, causing the entire polar region to tremble. At the height of the battle, Lox sensed a qualitative change in the marrow of ice within the Sea of Consciousness. It suddenly erupted with dazzling light, elevating Lox's ice divine power to a new level. This is the power of a first-class god. Lox exclaimed in surprise. With his newfound power, Lox finally defeated the frost giant. The giant knelt on one knee, acknowledging the dominion of the two gods. After the battle, Aurora excitedly flew to Lox's side. Father, you were amazing. I felt like I was almost at breakthrough too. Sure enough, during her subsequent inspection tour, Aurora successfully ascended to the rank of peak god. Her power of Aurora became even more dazzling and colorful, capable of influencing celestial phenomena on a wider scale. When they returned to Aurora Temple, they found it had become the center of the polar region. Various snow beast tribes coexisted peacefully, jointly preserving this pristine land. Father God, Aurora stood atop the temple, gazing upon the prosperous polar region. We did it. This place has truly become home to all living beings. Lox nodded with satisfaction. Yes, but this is just the beginning. We need to continue working hard to make the polar region an even better place. A golden message fell from the sky. Lox caught it and found that it was sent by Apollo. Dear Lox and Aurora, Tao wrote in the message, the affairs of Mount Olympus are more complicated than anticipated, and I am temporarily unable to return to the polar region. But please believe me, my heart is with you. Once I've settled things here, I will return to you as soon as possible. Aurora was a little down, but she still bravely said to Tao, Father God has important things to do on the holy mountain. We need to manage the polar region better and give him a surprise when he returns. Lox patted her head. You're right. Besides, we can also stay in touch with Apollo via messaging. Standing atop Aurora Temple, the two gazed at the magnificent Aurora Borealis. The Arctic was their home. During Apollo's temporary departure, Lox will devote more energy to exploring source artifacts. The underground cultivate chamber of the Aurora Temple became his main activity area, where the rich power of ice allowed him to study the mysteries of ice crystals more deeply. As Lox meditated in the cultivate room, he suddenly felt the marrow of ice within the sea of consciousness begin to tremble violently, releasing a powerful flow of information. Lox closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to be drawn into a strange space. In this space, he saw countless fragments of ice crystals floating. Each fragment contained different information. Some were ancient runes, some were mysterious moves, and others were legends about the origin of the polar region. Welcome to the Sea of Ice Crystals, a familiar voice rang out. It was the phantom of the old man in white. Senior, Lox said respectfully to Tao, please guide me on how to better wield the power of the marrow of ice. The old man smiled and nodded. The power of ice lies not only in freezing, but also in transformation. You've mastered the basics of ice divine power, now it's time to learn more advanced techniques. Under the old man's guidance, Lox began experimenting with creating new moves. The first move, called Dance of the Ice Crystals, condensed ice divine power into countless tiny ice crystals, forming beautiful patterns in the air. These ice crystals were not only aesthetically pleasing but also capable of confusing enemies in battle. The second move is Domain of Extreme Cold, which creates an absolute zero domain by releasing the power of origin from ice crystals. Within this domain, enemies move extremely slowly, while Lox can move freely. His most powerful move is Ice Crystal Storm, which combines the power of ice crystals with the natural forces of the polar region to summon a devastating ice storm. The power of this move even surprised Lox himself. Very good, the old man's illusory figure praised Tao, you have mastered the basic use of ice crystals. But remember, true power comes from inner balance. When Lox awoke from his meditation, he found Aurora looking at him with concern. Father God, she said to Tao, you have been meditating for 3 days. I am worried. Lox chuckled and patted her head. I'm fine, in fact, I learned a lot. Come on, I'll teach you some new moves. In the days that followed, Lox began to teach Aurora how to use the power of Aurora. They combined the Aurora Borealis with ice crystals to create the unique Aurora Ice Crystal move. The magnificent Aurora is wrapped around sharp ice crystals, making it both beautiful and deadly. However, during one of his teaching sessions, Lox suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. The cold marrow in the sea of consciousness trembled violently, as if warning him of something. Aurora, Lox said seriously to Dao, I think I need to perform a divination for you. I have a feeling that something big might happen in the future. They arrived at the top of the Aurora Temple, the most suitable place to cast a prophecy. Lox had Aurora sit in the center of the ice crystal array and began chanting ancient incantations. As the prophecy progressed, Lox witnessed disturbing images. Aurora was trapped in a dark space, surrounded by countless menacing shadows. Her power of Aurora was suppressed, and she appeared extremely weak. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Lox sees a familiar figure, Hades. He's standing in front of Aurora, his face a mixture of anger and mockery. The scene abruptly ended, and Lox was thrown back several steps by the powerful recoil. Aurora quickly steadied him. Father, what did you see? Lox took a deep breath and told her what he had seen. Although Aurora was a little scared, she quickly cheered up. Father God, she said firmly, no matter what calamities lie ahead, I will never give up hope. Besides, we still have Father God Apollo. Lox nodded approvingly. You're right. We need to plan ahead and prepare in advance. In the days that followed, they strengthened the defenses of the polar region. Lox erected a powerful ice barrier around the Aurora Temple, while Aurora trained the Snow Beast tribe and formed a polar region guard. Meanwhile, they also began researching how to break Hades' dark power. Cold Marrow in the Sea of Consciousness seemed particularly sensitive to dark forces, which gave Lox a new idea. Perhaps, Lox said to Aurora, we can create a new move specifically to counter dark forces. They began experimenting with combining the purifying properties of the power of Aurora with the freezing properties of the ice crystal power. After numerous failures, they finally created the Aurora Ice Crystal Purification Array. This formation can not only freeze dark forces, but also purify contaminated areas with Aurora. They tested it on the edge of the polar region with surprisingly good results. Father God, Aurora exclaimed excitedly, with this formation, we no longer need to fear Hades. Lox smiled and nodded, but he still felt uneasy. The images in the divination were too real, making it impossible for him to be completely at ease. Another golden message descended from the sky, still from Apollo. Dear Lox, Tao wrote in the message, unknown mist creatures have appeared on Mount Sacred, and only the divine power of light can fight them. I'm temporarily unable to return to the polar region, but rest assured, I'll resolve the situation here as soon as possible. You and Aurora need to be careful. I sense this crisis could spread throughout the entire divine region. After reading the message, Lox and Aurora exchanged a glance. Lox had a premonition that the calamity to come might be more severe than they had imagined. Little did he know that a friend he had never met had already performed a thorough divination for him. In the cultivate room of the Aurora Temple, Lox was immersed in deep meditation. The cold marrow in the Sea of Consciousness trembled slightly, guiding his consciousness to roam the ocean of power of ice. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed, and Lox found himself in a hazy dream space. Welcome to the dream domain, God of Ice Lox. A gentle and mysterious voice sounded in my ear. Lox turned around and saw a man in a robe draped in stars and moonlight smiling at him. His eyes, like the deep night sky, shimmered with a dreamlike light. Hypnos. Lox recognized Hypnos. Why are you in my dream? Hypnos gave a graceful bow. Please forgive my intrusion. I have been guided by the goddess of fate to discuss a matter of great importance concerning the safety of the divine realm. Lox looked at him warily. Goddess of fate. Why is she looking for me? Hypnos waved his hand, and the surrounding dream space began to change. They seemed to be in the netherworld, witnessing a fierce battle. On one side is Hades, army of netherworld, and on the other side are some unfamiliar gods and souls. As you can see, Hypnos explained to Tao, netherworld has split into two factions. One faction follows Hades, attempting to overthrow the existing order of the divine realm. The other follows the guidance of the goddess of fate, trying to maintain balance. Lox carefully observed the scene in the dream and noticed that there seemed to be some unusual presences mixed in with Hades' army. What are those black shadows? He asked Tao. Hypnos's expression turned serious. Those are shadow creatures from the abyss. Hades somehow summoned them to the netherworld. These creatures are eroding the foundation of netherworld, and if left unchecked, the entire world may collapse. Locke felt the cold marrow in the sea of consciousness tremble violently, as if it were a warning sign. This is serious, he said to Tao, but I don't understand what this has to do with me. Hypnos smiled mysteriously. The goddess of fate foresaw that the power of ice and the sun would be key to stopping this disaster. And he paused, then continued, your source artifact in the sea of consciousness has a special connection to destiny. Locke was startled. You know Tao. What about the source artifact? Yes, there are many source gods, but source artifacts can only be given by the world will. Very few gods can possess them, Hypnos nodded. But that's not the point I'm making right now. Goddess of Fate wants you to travel to Netherworld and meet with her. She has some important things to tell you. Locke hesitated for a moment, but I can't leave the polar region for too long. Aurora still needs my protection, and regarding your daughter, Hypnos interrupted Tao, the goddess of fate has foreseen her calamity. That's why we need to act quickly. Just then, the dream space suddenly trembled violently. Hypnos's face turned pale. Someone is interfering with my dream. It seems Hades has already noticed our meeting. He quickly said to Tao, remember, Locke. Soon you will meet the goddess of fate. Until then, be very careful. The turmoil in Netherworld has begun to affect other domains, including. Before Hypnos could finish speaking, the dream suddenly shattered, and Locke jolted awake from his meditation. Father God, she said to Tao, you suddenly became very uneasy. Is something wrong? Locke took a deep breath and told her about his dream. Aurora's eyes flashed with fear after listening, but she quickly regained her composure. Father God, she said to Tao, if Netherworld is really in such a terrible state, we should help. The polar region is safe now, I can take care of myself. Locke looked at Aurora with satisfaction. You've grown up, Aurora. But this matter needs careful consideration. And he frowned, we haven't heard from Apollo in a long time. Locke walked to the temple's communication array and tried to contact Apollo. Golden divine power flowed into the formation, but the response that should have appeared immediately was delayed. This isn't right, Locke said worriedly to Tao. Apollo has never been out of contact for this long. Aurora grasped his hand. Father, perhaps Father Apollo is simply too busy. The affairs of the Holy Mountain are always numerous. Locke shook his head. No, I have a bad feeling. Something might have happened to the Holy Mountain. In the days that followed, they strengthened the defenses of the polar region. Locke used the power of ice crystals to create an even stronger barrier around the Aurora Temple. Aurora, meanwhile, led the leaders of various tribes to intensify the training of the Snow Beast tribe in preparation for a potential crisis. Meanwhile, Locke also began researching how to travel to the Netherworld. Cold marrow in the Sea of Consciousness seemed particularly sensitive to information about the Netherworld, which gave him a new idea. Perhaps, Locke said to Aurora, we can use the unique connection between the polar region and our divine power to create a gateway to the Netherworld. They began trying to combine the spatial properties of the power of Aurora with the stability of the power of ice. After many failures, they finally created the Polar Region Netherworld Teleportation Array. This formation not only reliably opens the spatial portal, but also uses the power of ice crystals to protect the user from the Netherworld. The erosion of Chi's energy. They tested it at the edge of the polar region and successfully opened a small communication channel. Father God, Aurora exclaimed excitedly, we did it. Now we can go to the Netherworld. Locke shook his head. Not yet. We need to wait for a signal from the goddess of fate. And Locke looked towards the holy mountain. I need to figure out the situation with Apollo first. Just then, a mysterious voice rang in Locke's ear. God of ice, Locke, the moment of destiny is about to arrive. Locke decides to answer the call of goddess of fate first. Although Aurora is worried, she still resolutely supports Locke's decision. Father God, she said firmly, I will protect the polar region. Be careful and return safely. Locke nodded and activated the Aurora Ice Crystal Teleportation Array. With a dazzling light, he stepped into the passage to Netherworld. The Netherworld was nothing like he had imagined. It wasn't a desolate wasteland, instead, it was filled with a strange beauty. A deep blue light illuminated the winding river Styx, and the banks were adorned with everlasting spider lilies. Suddenly, a chilling breath swept over him. Lox warily looked around and saw a group of shadowy creatures approaching. They had no fixed shape, like clumps of writhing black shadows. Lox was preparing for battle when a gentle yet authoritative voice rang out, "Step back." The shadow creature vanished instantly. Lox turned to see a goddess draped in a robe of stars smiling down at him. Her eyes were like the deep night sky, containing boundless wisdom. "Welcome to Netherworld, god of ice, Lox," said Tao, "goddess of fate. I am Moirai, weaver of fate." Lox bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, goddess of fate. May I ask what brings you here?" Moirai waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to change. They seemed to be standing in front of a giant loom, with countless luminous threads intertwining in the air. "Look," she said, pointing to one of the dim threads, "this is Hades's thread of fate. His memories are awakening, and the forces of darkness are reawakening." Lox observed closely and discovered that the thread was being corroded by a black energy. Is this the power of shadow creatures?" Moirai nodded. "Yes. Hades is using the power of the shadow creatures to try and break through the memory seal Pan has set." Lox frowned, then asked Tao, "What can I do?" Moirai smiled mysteriously. "Your source artifact in the Sea of Consciousness contains the power to freeze the entire world. If necessary, you can use it to freeze the whole world and stop Hades' conspiracy." Lox stared at her in shock. "Freeze the entire world. This is insane." "Indeed," Moirai said to Tao, "but this is the last resort. And only the power of the sun god Apollo can awaken the frozen world. That's why fate has bound you together." Lox nodded thoughtfully. "So the combination of ice and sun is not only a complementary power, but also the key to saving the world." "That's right," Moirai said approvingly to Tao, "you're very clever, Lox. Now, I'm going to give you a gift to help you complete your mission." She stretched out her hand, and a piece of black cloth appeared in her palm. Mysterious runes were embroidered on the cloth, emitting a dim light. "This is the Veil of Night, a piece left over from when Goddess of Night created the Veil of Night," Moirai explained Tao. "When you infuse divine power, it can grow larger and cover your body, making you invisible while stationary. Even primordial gods would find it difficult to detect your presence." Lox carefully took the Veil of Night, feeling the powerful energy it contained. He tried to infuse it with a trace of ice divine power, and the fabric immediately unfurled, gently covering his arm. This is amazing." Lox exclaimed in amazement at Tao. "How can I ever repay you?" Moirai shook his head. "Saving divine realm is the best repayment. Remember, Lox, true power comes from inner balance. Don't be misled by the power of the source artifact, stay true to yourself." Just then, Netherworld suddenly trembled violently. Moirai's expression turned grave. "This is bad, Hades, memories are starting to resurface. You have to leave." She waved her hand, and a portal appeared before Lox. "Go, Lox. Remember our promise. When the time is right, you will know Tao." Lox nodded and stepped into the portal. The instant he left, he heard Hades' furious roar, "Who is it?" Upon returning to the polar region, Lox immediately began researching the Veil of Night. It not only grants invisibility but also isolates one from the fluctuations of the divine power. When Lox tried to cover his entire body with it, Aurora was completely unaware of his presence. "Father God." Aurora looked around in confusion. "Where are you?" Lox deactivated his invisibility and appeared before her. Aurora's eyes widened in surprise. "Amazing. Is this a new ability?" Lox shook his head and recounted his experiences on the Netherworld. Aurora listened, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Father, if the world really is to be frozen, what will happen to Father Apollo? He's still on the holy mountain." Lox patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, this is just a last resort. We'll find another way. And," he looked towards the holy mountain, "I believe Apollo is also working on it." In the days that followed, everyone in polar region intensified their training, preparing for a potential crisis. Lox used the Veil of Night to create an even more covert defensive barrier around polar region. Meanwhile, Lox also began to delve deeper into the power of the cold marrow. Guided by the goddess of fate, he attempted to communicate with the cold marrow on a deeper level. Gradually, he began to understand the true nature of cold marrow. It was not only the source of power of ice, but also its destination. Father God, Aurora suddenly said one day, I have an idea. Since ice crystals can freeze the world, can they also be used to seal it? Hades, power. Lox's eyes lit up. You're right. Maybe we don't need to freeze the whole world, we just need to target Hades. Just then, the ice crystals of Aurora Temple emitted a dazzling light. Moirai's voice echoed within the temple, the time has come. The mornings on the sacred mountain should have been peaceful and serene, but this day was shrouded in an eerie mist. At first, the gods didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just ordinary mountain fog. However, when several lower-ranking gods suddenly lost their divine power in the fog and fell from the sky, panic began to spread. Zeus stood before the hall of the King of Gods, the thunderbolt scepter in his hand gleaming with an uneasy light. What's going on? He asked Tao in a deep voice. Athena, what can your eye of wisdom see? A hint of worry flashed in Athena's silver eyes. Father, these mists didn't form naturally. They seem to be from an unknown species, capable of absorbing and suppressing divine power. Just then, Ares rushed over, his armor still bearing the marks of battle. Father, he said urgently, Tao. I just fought those mist creatures. They have no physical form, and ordinary attacks are completely ineffective. Only the divine power of light seems to be able to damage them. Zeus frowned. Divine power of light. Recall Apollo immediately. A golden divine decree pierced the mist and flew into the distance. Soon after, Apollo's figure appeared on the sacred mountain. His golden longbow shone brightly in the mist, and wherever it went, the mist dissipated. Father, Apollo bowed to Tao, I came immediately upon receiving your summons. This mist. Your power is needed, Zeus interrupted Tao, you are the most powerful god of light among us. Begin immediately to purify these mists and heal the affected gods. Apollo nodded and immediately got to work. He first went to the injured gods and released warm solar divine power. The golden light dispelled the mist within them and restored the flow of divine power. Thank you, Lord Apollo, a restored deity said gratefully to Tao, without you, we might. Apollo smiled gently. It's what I should do. Now, please go and help the other affected gods. Thanks to Apollo's efforts, the situation on Mount Meru was temporarily brought under control. However, the number of mist creatures seemed endless, constantly pouring in from all directions. One night, Apollo stood atop the highest point of the sacred mountain, gazing down at the temple complex shrouded in mist. He took out his communicator, preparing to send a message to Lox. My dear Lox, he whispered to Tao, unknown mist creatures have appeared on the holy mountain, and only the divine power of light can fight them. I'm temporarily unable to return to the polar region, but rest assured, I'll resolve the situation here as soon as possible. You and Aurora need to be careful. I sense this crisis could spread throughout the entire divine region. Suddenly, Apollo felt a chilling aura approach from behind. He turned around quickly, but it was too late. A beam of dark energy struck his chest, knocking him to the ground. Who? Apollo struggled to lift his head and saw a blurry figure standing in the mist. It was a powerful netherworld deity, but he couldn't make out who it was. Sleep, sun god, the figure whispered, your light is in the way. Apollo tried to resist, but the dark energy had already eroded his divine power. His consciousness gradually faded, and he eventually fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the gods discovered that Apollo was missing. Zeus was furious and ordered a full-scale search. However, under the cover of mist, the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, found Apollo in a hidden corner of the sacred mountain and brought him back to the Temple of the Sun. Meanwhile, the other main gods are also working hard to deal with this crisis. Hephaestus works day and night in the forging temple to create a weapon capable of unleashing the divine power of light. Athena, meanwhile, uses her eye of wisdom to try and find the weaknesses of the mist creatures. These mist creatures fear pure light, Athena analyzed Tao, but ordinary fire and lightning have limited effect on them. Demeter tried to purify the fog with the vitality of plants, but with little success. This fog is eroding the plants, life force, she said worriedly to Tao. We must find a solution as soon as possible. Poseidon summoned pure water elementals from the ocean, attempting to wash away the mist. This mist seems to be sentient, he said to Tao, it's avoiding my attacks. Ares led the celestial legions, patrolling throughout the holy mountain. We must protect the important temples, he commanded Tao, and we must not allow these mist creatures to approach the hall of the king of gods and the temple of the sun. Quote. Hera then comforted the frightened gods in the hall of the king of gods. Do not be afraid, she said gently to Tao, we gods are united, and we will surely overcome this crisis. However, as time went on, the situation did not improve. The number of mist creatures seemed to be increasing, and Apollo's slumber deprived the gods of their most effective means of resistance. One night, Athena stood atop the Temple of Wisdom, gazing at the sacred mountain shrouded in mist. A hint of doubt flashed in her silver eyes, all of this seems too coincidental. The appearance of mist creatures, the dormancy of Apollo, it's hard to believe. Suddenly remembering something, she strode towards the hall of the king of gods. Father, she said to Zeus, I suspect this crisis is related to Netherworld. We need to contact Hades. Zeus frowned. Hades. But he's been very quiet lately, with no unusual behavior. That's precisely why it's suspicious, Athena insisted, and only Netherworld has the capability to create this fog that suppresses divine power. Zeus pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll send someone to contact Hades. But before that, we must stabilize the situation on Mount Meru. Thus, the situation on the sacred mountain reached a stalemate. The gods fought their own battles, struggling to maintain a fragile balance. In the Aurora temple, Lox stared at the veil of night in his hand, his heart filled with unease. Since receiving Apollo's message, there had been no further news. The silence of the sacred mountain made him extremely anxious. Father God, Aurora whispered to Tao, are you going to Netherworld again? Lox nodded. Yes, I need to find out what happened. This time I'll leave you the veil of night, it will protect you from the mist. Aurora looked at him worriedly, but father, without the veil of night, you will be in great danger in Netherworld. Lox smiled gently. Don't worry, my power of ice is enough to protect me. And, he glanced towards Netherworld, I'm always uneasy. When a crisis comes, perhaps no place will be safe. After handing the Veil of Night to Aurora, Lox activated the Aurora Ice Crystal Teleportation Array. With a dazzling light, he once again stepped into the passage to the Netherworld. The sights of Netherworld astonished Lox. No longer the wondrous beauty he had witnessed before, but rather chaos and destruction. The azure river Styx had turned black, and the spider lilies on its banks had withered and died. An eerie mist hung in the air, mirroring that of the sacred mountain. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted. Lox rushed over and found Hypnos. Hypnos and Thanatos are engaged in a fierce battle with a group of shadowy creatures. Lox! Hypnos exclaimed excitedly, just in time. These mist creatures are eroding the foundation of Netherworld. Lox immediately joined the battle. He unleashed ice divine power, freezing the surrounding mist. These creatures are the same as those on the holy mountain. He exclaimed. Thanatos brandished his scythe, slicing through several shadowy creatures. That's right, he said in a low voice. Tao, these mist creatures come from the same source. We suspect it's Hades. Before he could finish speaking, more shadowy creatures surged out of the mist. Lox immediately unleashed Ice Storm, freezing a large number of shadowy figures. Hypnos then released the power of dreams, plunging the frozen shadowy figures into an eternal slumber. Well done. Thanatos praised Tao, but be careful, these creatures seem to. Suddenly, the frozen shadows began to tremble violently. The ice crystals shattered, and the shadows reformed into two enormous figures. Ha ha ha. A hoarse voice rang out. Mere ice, you think you can trap us? Lox warily observed the two newly appeared enemies. One was hunched over, wielding a cane, and exuded an aura of decay, the other was shrouded in a green mist, sending chills down one's spine. God of aging Geras and God of plague Knossos. Hypnos exclaimed, how could you? Geras grinned sinisterly. We're just here, to collect some interest. As he spoke, he swung his cane, sending a surge of decaying energy hurtling towards Lox. Lox immediately used Domain of Extreme Cold to slow down the energy flow. At the same time, he unleashed Dance of Ice Crystals, where countless ice crystals formed beautiful patterns in the air, confusing the enemy's vision. Knossos unleashed a green plague mist, attempting to erode Lox's power of ice. Thanatos swiftly stepped forward, using the power of death to counteract the plague's effects. Be careful, he warned Tao, their power can corrupt divine power. The battle reached a stalemate. Lox's power of ice, though powerful, couldn't freeze the two main divine rank enemies for long. Hypnos and Thanatos, on the other hand, constantly sought opportunities to break through the enemy's defenses. We must join forces, Lox shouted to Tao, with our strongest attack. The three gods simultaneously unleashed their strongest divine power. Lox's power of ice formed a massive ice crystal spear, Hypnos's power of dreams wove an illusionary cage, and Thanatos's power of death transformed into a sharp scythe. Now, Lox gave the order, and three forces simultaneously attacked the enemy. Geras and Knossos were forced to split up to defend. Geras used the power of decay to deflect the ice crystal spears, while Knossos used the plague mist to counter the death scythe. However, they underestimated Hypnos's dream power. Sleep, Hypnos shouted, and an illusionary cage temporarily trapped the two enemies. Lox seized the opportunity and unleashed his strongest, ice crystal storm. The entire netherworld seemed to freeze, and even time seemed to stand still. Did you succeed? Thanatos asked Tao, panting. However, the ice crystals began to shatter again. Geras and Knossos reformed, appearing somewhat weakened but still powerful. Not bad, Geras sneered, but not enough. Suddenly, a violent tremor resounded from the depths of Netherworld. Geras and Knossos exchanged a glance. It's time. We should go. After they finished speaking, their figures turned into mist and disappeared into the sky. Lox wanted to give chase, but Hypnos stopped him. Don't pursue them, he said to Tao, they're just bait. The real danger is yet to come. Thanatos nodded. We must inform Zeus immediately. The crises in Netherworld and on Mount Meru are linked. Lox frowned. But we've lost contact with Mount Saint. Apollo too. Hypnos and Thanatos exchanged a worried glance. Something happened to Apollo. Hypnos asked Tao. Lox told them about the situation on the sacred mountain. After listening, the expressions of the two netherworld gods became even more solemn. It seems we face more enemies than we thought, Thanatos said to Tao. They not only attacked the holy mountain, but also tried to take control of Netherworld. Hypnos pondered for a moment, then said, Lox, you must return to the polar region immediately. If Mount Kinabalu and Netherworld are both in crisis, the polar region may be the last refuge. Lox nodded, but a determined glint flashed in his eyes. I will go back, but I need your help. We must find Apollo. He is the key to fighting the fog. Thanatos sighed. We will do our best. But now, Netherworld needs us too. This war has only just begun. With a heavy heart, Lox activated the teleportation array. Before leaving, he took one last look at the chaotic Netherworld. As Lox journeys to the Netherworld, the polar region faces an unprecedented crisis. The Netherworld army dispatched by the Hades is quietly approaching, led by none other than Goddess Eris, the goddess of calamity. Aurora stood atop the Aurora Temple, gazing at the approaching darkness. She gripped the veil of night tightly, her heart filled with resolve. My father entrusted the polar region to my protection, I will not let him down. She immediately summoned the leaders of the Snow Beast tribe. The Ice Wolf King, the Ice Bear Chieftain, the Snow Fox Queen, and the Ice Giant leader gathered at the temple, their eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Everyone, Aurora said firmly, the polar region is facing an unprecedented threat. We need to unite and defend our home. Ice Wolf King was the first to respond, his silver fur gleaming coldly in the aurora. Goddess of Aurora, we Ice Wolves swear to follow you to the death. Our claws and fangs will tear apart any enemy who dares to invade the polar region. The Ice Bear Chieftain pounded his massive chest, letting out a deafening roar. My people will build the strongest ice wall with our bodies. Let those netherworld scum taste our might. The Snow Fox Queen gracefully flicked her bushy tail, a cunning glint in her eyes. We will use illusion magic to confuse the enemy, making them lose their way in the snowstorms of the polar region. Finally, the ice giant leader slowly rose to his feet. His body towered tens of meters high, each step causing the earth to tremble. Goddess of Aurora, his voice was deep and powerful, like a glacier cracking. We, the ice giants, will use our greatest strength to crush all invading enemies. Aurora looked gratefully at her loyal allies. Thank you. Now, let's begin setting up the defenses. Using the power of Aurora, she erected a powerful defensive barrier around the polar region. The Veil of Night was placed at the center of the temple as the last line of defense. The Ice Bear clan built thick ice walls along the edge of the polar region, while the Snow Fox clan laid numerous illusionary traps outside the ice walls. When the Netherworld army arrived, they were met with a fierce counterattack. The direwolves charged under the cover of the aurora, their claws and fangs tearing apart countless Netherworld soldiers. The ice bears used thick ice walls to halt the enemy's advance, each slap shattered large swaths of enemies. The Snow Fox clan's illusions threw the Netherworld army into chaos. Disoriented in the blizzard, the enemies attacked each other. The ice giants, however, were the most formidable force, wielding enormous ice hammers that caused widespread destruction with every strike. Goddess Eris stood at the rear of the battlefield, watching everything with a cold smile. A mere snow beast dares to block the army of Netherworld. She waved the staff of calamity in her hand, summoning countless shadows of calamity. However, these shadows of disaster were weakened as soon as they appeared by the Aurora barrier. Aurora stood atop the temple, unleashing a dazzling aurora that neutralized the enemy's attacks one by one. You wretched little brat. Goddess Eris shouted angrily at Tao, let me deal with you myself. She transformed into a dark shadow and charged straight at Aurora. The two goddesses engaged in a fierce battle above the Aurora temple. The catastrophic power of Goddess Eris continues to erode the Aurora of Aurora, but Aurora maintains a balance thanks to its familiarity with the polar region and the blessing of the Veil of Night. You can't beat me, Aurora said firmly. This is the polar region, my home. Goddess Eris sneered, is that so? How about this then? She suddenly unleashed a powerful force of catastrophe, causing the entire polar region to tremble violently. Glaciers cracked, blizzards raged, and even the aurora borealis dimmed. Just then, the ice giant leader let out a deafening roar. He led his people into the battlefield, using their massive bodies to block the onslaught of the calamity's power. Their bodies merged with the glaciers of the polar region, forming an indestructible barrier. Goddess of Aurora. The ice giant leader shouted, we will protect the polar region until the very last moment. Aurora looked at her loyal allies with gratitude, her heart filled with power. She once again unleashed the powerful power of Aurora, diffusing Goddess Eris's attacks one by one. However, just then, a familiar yet chilling voice rang out. Enough, Goddess Eris. Let me end this farce. Hades appeared in the sky above the battlefield. With a gentle wave of his hand, the defensive barrier of the entire polar region instantly collapsed. The ice giants roared in agony as their bodies began to disintegrate. Aurora stared at Hades in shock. How could you? Hades didn't answer, but instead attacked. A surge of dark energy struck Aurora, knocking her unconscious. He caught Aurora's body and said to Goddess Eris, retreat. Goddess Eris glanced reluctantly at the Aurora temple, but ultimately obeyed the order. She addressed the god of plague. Knossos relayed. Target captured, retreat immediately. The Netherworld army retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a devastated polar region. The snow beasts successfully defended their home, but at a heavy cost. The ice giants were almost entirely wiped out, and other tribes also suffered heavy losses. When Aurora awoke again, she found herself in complete darkness. She tried to unleash the power of Aurora, but discovered that the divine power was completely suppressed. Where am I? She murmured, her voice echoing in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This is Netherworld, the goddess of Aurora. Aurora looked around warily. Who is it? A faint light appeared, illuminating Pan's figure. He looked somewhat weak, but his eyes still shone with wisdom. Lord Pan. Aurora asked Tao in surprise, what are you doing here? Pan shook his head with a wry smile, it's a long story. But right now, the most important thing is to help you escape. Before he could finish speaking, the surrounding darkness suddenly trembled violently. Pan's figure vanished rapidly. Watch out, he's coming. Before Aurora could react, she felt a powerful surge of dark energy wash over her. She fell unconscious again. When Lox returned to the polar region from the netherworld, the sight before him tore at his heart. The area around the Aurora Temple was littered with the marks of battle, the remains of ice giants were scattered everywhere, and the other snow beast tribe members had also suffered heavy losses. Aurora. Lox called out anxiously, but only the howling wind answered him. Ice Wolf King, dragging his wounded body, approached Lox, head bowed, and said, "Great God of Ice, we failed to protect the Aurora Goddess. Hades herself took action and abducted her." A cold glint flashed in Lox's eyes, and the ice crystals in the sea of consciousness trembled violently. He suppressed his anger and calmly asked Dao, "Tell me what happened." After listening to Ice Wolf King's account, Lox took a deep breath. He immediately cast prophecy, attempting to find Aurora's whereabouts. In the divination, he saw Aurora trapped in the netherworld, but also saw her wielding the Veil of Night, escaping danger. Aurora is not in immediate danger, Lox told Dao, the gathered snow beast leaders. The Veil of Night will protect her. What we need to do now is strengthen the defenses of the polar region and prepare for the upcoming operations. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on the four leaders. You have displayed extraordinary courage and loyalty in the battle to defend the polar region. As the god of ice source, I have decided to grant you divinity, making you my subordinate gods. The four leaders stared at Lox in shock, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. With a wave of Lox's hand, a massive ice crystal altar appeared in the plaza in front of the Aurora Temple. The altar was covered with ancient runes and emitted a mysterious light. The investiture ceremony begins. Lox solemnly announced. He first approached Ice Wolf King. Ice Wolf King bowed his head reverently, and Lox placed his hand on his head and began chanting an ancient incantation. In the name of Ice Source, I bestow upon you the divinity of Ice Wolf God. You will possess the power to control ice and wolves, becoming one of the guardians of the polar region. A beam of icy blue light rose from the altar, enveloping the Ice Wolf King. His body began to change, his silver fur became even more dazzling, and his eyes gleamed with wisdom. When he rose again, he had incarnated into a valiant wolf god. The Ice Wolf God has a human body but retains wolf-like features. His hair is like silver wolf fur, his eyes are ice blue vertical pupils, and his hands have transformed into sharp wolf claws. He is surrounded by the aura of ice and snow, and every step he takes carries the majesty of a wolf pack. Next up is Ice Bear Chieftain. Lox placed his hands on his broad shoulders and began chanting the second part of the incantation. In the name of Ice Source, I bestow upon you the divinity of the Ice Bear War God. You will possess unparalleled strength and defense, becoming the strongest shield in the polar region. A chilling blue light rose once more, and the Ice Bear Chieftain's body grew even more imposing. His skin was covered in natural armor formed of ice crystals, and his muscles were as hard as glaciers. When he stood up, he had incarnated into a majestic war god. The Ice Bear War God possesses the body of a giant, his entire body covered in ice crystal armor. His face is resolute, his eyes gleaming with the light of battle. His hands have transformed into enormous ice hammers, and each breath is accompanied by a roar of ice and snow. Snow Fox Queen gracefully stepped forward, and Lox gently placed his hand on her forehead, beginning to chant the third verse of the spell. In the name of Ice Source, I bestow upon you the divinity of illusion Snow Fox God. You will possess the ability to manipulate illusions and ice, becoming the most skillful guardian of the polar region. An icy blue light enveloped the Snow Fox Queen, making her body even more slender and elegant. 9 bushy tails danced behind her, and her eyes gleamed with a cunning and wise light. When she stood up, she had incarnated into a beautiful fox goddess. Illusion Snow Fox God has the face of a human woman, but retains fox ears and 9 tails. Her long hair is as white as snow, and her eyes are deep purple. She is surrounded by an aura of illusion, and every step she takes is elegant and mysterious. Finally, there was the ice giant leader. Lox placed his hand on his enormous palm and began chanting the final incantation. In the name of Ice Source, I bestow upon you the divinity of Glacier Titan God. You will possess the power to control glaciers and the earth, becoming the most powerful guardian of the polar region. As the icy blue light rose one last time, the ice giant leader grew even taller. Ice crystals formed natural patterns on his skin, and each step he took caused the earth to tremble. When he rose, he had incarnationed as a majestic giant. Glacier Titan God possesses the body of a giant, his entire body covered in ice crystal patterns. His face is as cold and stern as a glacier, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. His hands have transformed into enormous ice axes, each swing imbued with the power of a glacier. After the investiture ceremony, the four new gods stood before Lox, radiating powerful divine power. Lox nodded in satisfaction. Now, you are the official guardian deities of the polar region. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of unease. The ice crystals in the sea of consciousness trembled violently, revealing a scene. The ice temple on Earth was under attack, and believers were gripped by panic. Oh no! Lox exclaimed. Something's happened to the ice temple in the human world too. He immediately made a decision. Ice Wolf God and Illusion Snow Fox God, you shall immediately go to the mortal realm to protect the ice temple and its followers. Ice Bear God and Glacier Titan God, you shall remain with me in the polar region to strengthen the defenses. The two new gods accepted their orders and departed. Ice Wolf God transformed into a beam of silver light, while Illusion Snow Fox God transformed into 9 phantoms, swiftly disappearing into the snowstorm of the polar region. Lox stood atop the Aurora Temple, gazing at the distant sky. A resolute light shone in his eyes. Hades, you think you can control me like this? Just wait, I'll make you pay. He clenched his fist. The blizzard in the polar region intensified. After arranging the defenses of the polar region, Lox decided to inspect it once more. He needed to ensure every corner was safe and secure, while also looking for opportunities to enhance his strength. When he arrived at a frigid pool deep within the polar region, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation. The ice crystals in the sea of consciousness trembled violently, as if guiding something. Just as Lox was about to dive into the icy pool, a huge lynx leapt out from behind the ice and blocked his way. This lynx had silvery white fur, ice-blue eyes, and exuded a faint aura of power of ice. Are you, the guardian of the cold pool? Lox asked Dao softly. The lynx watched Lox warily, but showed no intention of attacking. Then it gracefully walked to the edge of the cold pool, gesturing for Lox to follow. Lox followed the lynx into the icy pool, where they discovered a crystal-clear ice crystal at the bottom. This ice crystal radiated a pure power of ice, as if it were the essence of the entire polar region condensed within. This is the heart of the polar region. Lox murmured in surprise. He carefully took out the ice soul and sensed the immense energy contained within it. The lynx gently nuzzled Lox's hand, seemingly in approval. Lox smiled warmly. Would you like to come with me? Become my companion. The lynx nodded, a glint of wisdom flashing in its eyes. Lox named it Hadasses, meaning, friend of ice. He designated Hadasses as his sacred beast, bestowing upon it a touch of ice divine power. As the divine power flowed in, Hadasses' body began to change. Its silvery white fur gradually transformed into smooth silver hair, and its icy blue eyes became even deeper. Its body gradually lengthened, eventually transforming into a handsome young man. Hadasses looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. His skin was as white as jade, seemingly glowing with a faint luster. His long, silver hair flowed smoothly to his waist, the ends slightly curled, shimmering in the aurora. Just by looking at his appearance, it was clear he was related to Lox. What's most striking are his icy blue eyes, as deep and mysterious as the purest glaciers in the polar region. His features are delicate and three-dimensional, with a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a hint of untamed smile. Hadasses wore a long, silver-white robe, the lapels and cuffs embroidered with ice crystal patterns. His movements were elegant and agile, every gesture displaying the unique lynx-like nimbleness. Master, Hadasses spoke, his voice clear and magnetic, thank you for bestowing upon me a new form. Lox nodded in satisfaction. Hadasses, from this day forward you are my sacred beast, one of the guardians of the polar region. Carrying Ice Soul and Hadasses, Lox continued his exploration. When he arrived among the mountains of the polar region, he suddenly had a new insight. He sat cross-legged on the highest peak, letting the cold wind blow, feeling the pulse of the polar region. The mountains of the polar region are all my strength. Lox murmured to himself. A prototype of the divine artifact emerged in his sea of consciousness, a seal, which could be large or small, containing the power of the mountains of the polar region. With this in mind, Lox returned to the artifact refining room at the Aurora Temple. He placed the ice soul in the artifact refining furnace and began infusing it with ice divine power. Inside the furnace, the ice soul gradually melted, mingling with various rare materials from the polar region. Fusion. Hadasses stood quietly in a corner of the artifact refining room, his icy blue eyes watching the artifact refining process. His presence seemed to make the energy in the artifact refining furnace more stable. Lox was completely focused on controlling the artifact refining process. He incorporated the essence of the polar region's mountains, the power of ice crystals, and even a touch of the aurora borealis. After 7 days and 7 nights of refining, a crystal-clear seal was finally completed. The bottom of the seal is engraved with 4 ancient seal characters, God of Ice. Lox named it the Mountain-Turning Seal. Lox was pleasantly surprised by the mountain-turning seal's capabilities. It could change size at will, from as small as a thumb to as large as covering the entire polar region. The seal contained the weight of the polar region's mountains, capable of crushing any enemy with a mere touch. Even more amazingly, when Lox uses the mountain-turning seal, it can instantly freeze thousands of miles. This freezing is not limited to the surface, it can penetrate deep into the soul, even freezing divine power. With the mountain-turning seal, even if Hades himself comes, I should be able to put up a fight, Lox thought with satisfaction. Just then, the Ice Wolf God and the Illusion Snow Fox God returned from the mortal realm. They bowed respectfully to Lox, saying, "Great God of Ice, we have finished our business on Earth." Lox nodded. "How is it?" Ice Wolf God reported to Tao. The ice temple on Earth was not severely damaged. Only some netherworld spirits escaped and caused some panic around the temple. We have subdued all of these spirits and brought them back to the polar region. Illusion Snow Fox God added to Tao. These spirits do not appear to be causing trouble intentionally, but rather driven out by some force. We found traces of the netherworld on them, but they are now blurred. Lox pondered, it seems the turmoil in netherworld is more severe than we imagined. Even the dead are starting to escape. He looked at the spirits brought by the 2 subordinate gods and found that they did indeed appear fearful and uneasy. Lox waved the mountain-turning seal and gently pressed it down, instantly freezing the spirits and putting them into a deep sleep. Place them in the ice caves of the polar region for now, Lox instructed Tao. We'll deal with them once the situation in netherworld stabilizes. Ice Wolf God and Illusion Snow Fox God accepted the mission and departed. Lox continued his research on the functions of the mountain-turning seal. He discovered that the mountain-turning seal could not only be used in combat, but also to stabilize the energy field of the polar region. When he placed the mountain-turning seal atop the Aurora Temple, the energy of the entire polar region became more stable. The aurora borealis became more magnificent, the snowstorms more orderly, and even the snow beasts felt more at ease. Hadasses gracefully approached Lox, his silver hair shimmering in the aurora. "Master," he whispered, "the defenses of the polar region are even stronger." Lox stroked Hadasses' soft silver hair, feeling a sense of comfort. "Yes, but we need to prepare more. The threat from Hades remains, and the turmoil in Netherworld continues." Inside the Aurora Temple, Lox was researching the new features of the mountain-turning seal when suddenly a flash of silver light appeared. He reached out and caught it, discovering it was Hypnos. The message came from Hypnos. "God of Ice," Hypnos' voice echoed in Lox's mind, "the situation in Netherworld is temporarily stable. Hades has gathered many of the gods of the underworld at the Underworld Palace, and we are in a standoff. However, we cannot contact Goddess of Fate for the time being, and the situation is not optimistic. In addition, news has come from the Holy Mountain that Apollo is unconscious." Lox clenched his fist, and the ice crystals in the Sea of Consciousness trembled violently. He immediately summoned the 4 subordinate gods and Hadasses. Gentlemen, Lox said solemnly to Tao, I've received word that both Mount Holy Land and Netherworld are in crisis. I must go to Mount Holy Land immediately. The polar region is in your hands. Glacier Titan God stepped forward. Great God of ice, rest assured. We will protect the polar region to the death. Lox nodded and taught Glacier Titan God the incantation for the mountain protection formation. This formation can mobilize the power of the polar region, and if necessary, freeze the entire polar region. But remember, it should only be used in times of crisis. Ice Wolf God and Illusion Snow Fox God also expressed their full support for Glacier Titan God. Ice Bear God patted his chest and guaranteed, as long as I'm here, I will never let the enemy set foot in the polar region. Hadassah gracefully walked to Lox's side, her silver hair shimmering in the aurora. Master, I will always be by your side. Lox looked at his subordinate gods with satisfaction. With you all here, I feel at ease. Remember, the polar region is our foundation, it must not be lost. After giving his instructions, Lox, with Hadassah in his original form, embarked on a journey to the sacred mountain. Hadassah transformed into a giant, silver-white lynx, carrying Lox as they sped through the snowstorm. Along the way, Lox saw many souls that had escaped from the netherworld. They wandered aimlessly in the mortal realm, causing considerable panic. If these spirits are left unchecked, they will bring disaster to the world, Lox said. He took out the mountain-turning seal, and with a gentle wave, collected all the spirits he encountered along the way into the seal. Once the situation stabilizes, we'll send these souls back to Netherworld, Lox explained to Hadassah. The lynx nodded, a glint of wisdom flashing in its icy blue eyes. After several days of travel, Lox finally arrived at the sacred mountain. However, the sight before him astonished him. The once magnificent mountain was now shrouded in an eerie mist, and even the sunlight seemed dim. Artemis was already waiting on the holy mountain. Her long silver hair was somewhat disheveled, and her eyes were full of fatigue and worry. Lox, Artemis said urgently to Tao, you've finally arrived. The situation on the holy mountain is dire. Lox leapt off Hadassah's back, and the lynx gracefully transformed into human form, standing behind him. Artemis, what happened? Why is Apollo unconscious? Artemis sighed, it all started with those eerie mists. We're certain it's all related to Hades, Artemis said to Tao, but we lack evidence. Moreover, most of the divided souls on Mount Kailash are now affected by the mist, and the divine power has been severely weakened. She recounted in detail the crises that befell the holy mountain, the appearance of the mist creatures, Apollo's coma, and the predicaments of the other gods. Lox frowned. Where is Apollo now? Take me to him. Artemis nodded and led Lox and Hadassah to the Temple of the Sun. The once magnificent hall was now shrouded in gloom, and even the golden light of Apollo had dimmed. Lox walked to Apollo's bedside and saw that he was pale and his long golden hair had lost its luster. There was a dark mark on his chest, slowly eroding his divine power. This is the power of Netherworld. Lox asked Tao in surprise. Artemis nodded. Yes. We've tried everything, but nothing can dispel this power. Even the purification device Hephaestus created has failed. Lox pondered for a moment, then took out the mountain-turning seal. Let me try. He gently placed the mountain-turning seal on Apollo's chest and infused it with ice divine power. The black mark began to tremble violently, but showed no signs of dissipating. No, Lox shook his head, this force is too powerful, mountain-turning seal alone cannot dispel it. We need to find the source. Just then, Hadassah suddenly spoke up. Master, I sense a familiar presence. Lox and Artemis stared at him in surprise. Hadassah continued, Tao, this power, is somewhat similar to the ice essence of the polar region. Perhaps we can use the power of the polar region to fight it. Lox's eyes lit up. You're right. The power of the polar region is pure and strong. Perhaps it can purify this netherworld power. Artemis's expression also lit up with hope, then let's. Suddenly, Lox remembered something. Artemis, I need to tell you something. He recounted his experiences in Netherworld in detail, including his encounter with Hypnos. The meeting with Hypnos, and Aurora's abduction by Hades. Artemis's eyes flashed with shock and anger upon hearing this. So, the Hades not only attacked the holy mountain, but also kidnapped Aurora. Lox nodded gravely. Yes. And according to Hypnos's intelligence, Hades has regained all his memories. His current actions are likely carrying out his original plan. Artemis gripped her silver bow tightly. What does he want? Has he forgotten his vow? Lox sighed. Power and ambition often blind people, even gods. Now, we must unite to stop Hades' plot. Just then, a commotion arose outside the temple. A divine messenger rushed in, shouting in a panic, "It's terrible. The mist creatures have attacked again." Lox gripped the mountain-turning seal tightly, feeling extremely agitated. Ever since he saw Apollo, he had been on the verge of losing control, feeling like a restless rooster. Artemis, you stay here and take care of Apollo. Hadassus, come with me. It's time to show these mist creatures the power of the polar region. Hadassus gracefully incarnations is a lynx, following Lox as he rushes out of the temple. Lox, wielding the mountain-turning seal, stands atop the sacred mountain. His ice divine power surrounds him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Hadassus' incarnation is a giant lynx with icy blue eyes that warily scan its surroundings. Master, Hadassus suddenly said, I smell a peculiar scent, over there. Lox looked in the direction Hadassus pointed and saw a cloud of mist gathering. He immediately swung the mountain-turning seal, and power of ice strikes directly at that fog. The mist churned violently after being struck, eventually coalescing into a gaunt figure. It was a pale-faced god, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Atepsis, the god of weakness. Lox recognized him. You've also sided with Hades. Artemis gave a sinister laugh. God of ice, why so surprised? In the face of absolute power, isn't choosing the strong the only way? Lox scoffed. The definition of strength isn't based on betrayal and conspiracy. Artemis said no more and launched an attack. He swung his staff of weakness, and a surge of gray energy rushed toward Lox. Lox swiftly unleashed, domain of extreme cold, slowing the energy's flow. Simultaneously, he released, dance of ice crystals, where countless ice crystals formed beautiful patterns in the air, confusing the enemy's vision. Hadassus then launched an attack from the flank. He leapt nimbly, his sharp claws aimed straight for Atepos's throat. Artemis was forced to focus on defense, greatly reducing the effectiveness of his weakened power. Lox seized the opportunity, swinging the mountain-turning seal, unleashing a powerful power of ice straight at Artemis. Bang! Artemis was struck and sent flying backward. He struggled to his feet, a flicker of terror in his eyes. How can you be so strong? Lox coldly replied to Tao, because my power comes from protection, not destruction. Just as Lox was about to completely defeat Artemis, more gods of the underworld suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacred mountain. God of aging, Geras, God of plague Knossos, Phobos the god of fear. Hades, followers all appeared. Zeus arrived with the remaining forces of the chief gods and first-order deities. The thunderbolt scepter gleamed brilliantly in his hand. You lackeys of Hades, how dare you invade the holy mountain? Athena, spear in hand, her silver eyes gleaming with wisdom, said, Geras, you were once a member of the holy mountain, why did you betray us? God of aging Geras, leaning on his cane, laughed mockingly at Tao, Athena, you're still young. You don't understand that everyone, even goddess of time, is pushed forward. Aging is my source of strength, but I also want to be young. Hey! Athena coldly replied, is it worth it to escape aging and pay the price of betrayal? God of plague Knossos interjected to Tao, Athena, your wisdom is meaningless before absolute power. Look at your holy mountain, riddled with holes by our power. Poseidon brandished the trident and yelled at Tao, Knossos, shut your mouth. Phobos, the god of fear, smiled coldly, Poseidon, your anger only makes you more susceptible to being consumed by fear. Look at your men, they have already begun to tremble. Ares brandished his spear and roared at Tao, shut up, Phobos. We Olympian gods will never be swayed by fear. However, before the battle could begin, a powerful dark energy suddenly enveloped the entire holy mountain. Hades appeared in the air, his black robes billowing without wind, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Lox, Hades' deep voice rang out, why all the agitation? I'm just here, to make a deal. Lox looked at Hades warily. What do you want? Hades smiled slightly and waved. A surge of dark energy coalesced into a mirror, reflecting Aurora's image. She was imprisoned in a dark space, appearing somewhat weak, but otherwise unharmed. Aurora! Lox exclaimed. Hades watched Lox's reaction with satisfaction. It's simple, god of ice. I'll release your daughter if you leave the holy mountain. Zeus roared angrily at Tao. Hades, have you gone mad? How could you resort to such despicable means? Just then, a seductive voice rang out. Lord Zeus, why be so lifeless? Pytho, goddess of persuasion, stepped out from behind Hades, her eyes gleaming with a captivating light. My gods, she said, don't you all think that following Lord Hades is the wise choice? His power is enough to lead us to new glory. Pytho's voice seemed to possess a magical power, causing some of the lower-ranking gods to waver. Confusion and hesitation appeared in their eyes. Seeing this, Zeus was enraged. Shut up. He raised the thunderbolt scepter, and a blinding bolt of lightning struck Pytho. However, with a simple wave of her hand, Hades summoned dark clouds that blocked Zeus's lightning. Lightning churned within the clouds, but could not penetrate. Hades, defense. Zeus, Hades sneered, your time is over. Now, it's time to step down. Lox gripped the mountain-turning seal, his heart filled with conflict and struggle. He knew now that if he left the sacred mountain, the threat from Hades would become even greater. But if he didn't leave, Aurora's life might be in danger. Just then, Hadassah suddenly spoke up. Master, don't trust him. I sense Aurora's presence isn't in that direction. Lox's mind raced, and he immediately cast prophecy. Sure enough, he discovered that the image Hades had shown was just an illusion. Hades, Lox said coldly to Tao, you think you can fool me with such petty tricks? Hades' expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems I underestimated you, god of ice. However, he waved his hand, and more Hades appeared behind him. Do you really think you can stand against us? Zeus raised the thunderbolt scepter. Let's give it a try. Gods, heed my command, prepare for battle. On the sacred mountain, the forces of light and darkness clashed fiercely. Lox stood at the forefront, the mountain-turning seal gleaming brilliantly in his hand. Hadassah's incarnation is a giant lynx with fierce eyes fixed on Hades. Pytho, goddess of persuasion's sudden attack shattered the brief calm. She waved her wand, unleashing a burst of pink energy towards Lox. Lox swiftly raised the mountain-turning seal, the power of ice forming a barrier that blocked the attack. Pytho, Lox said coldly, your bewitching power has no effect on me. Pytho smiled seductively, really? Then try this. She launched another attack, this time with even more violent energy. The battle was about to begin. Zeus raised the thunderbolt scepter, and a barrage of lightning struck Hades. Hades swung the staff of Hades, and dark energy clashed violently with lightning in midair. Athena versus god of aging Geras, a battle of wisdom against time unfolds on the sacred mountain. Geras, Athena said to Tao, your power will only bring decay. Geras grinned sinisterly, Athena, your wisdom is meaningless before time. He swung his cane, and a decaying energy rushed toward Athena. Poseidon and god of plague Knossos engaged in fierce combat. Trident clashed with the plague staff in midair, the seawater and the power of plague corroding each other. Knossos. Poseidon roared at Tao, your plague power will not pollute my oceans. Ares then faced Phobos, the god of fear. The roar of the god of war and the whispers of the god of fear echoed across the battlefield. Phobos, Ares brandished his spear, you piece of trash, how dare you fight me? The battle between Lox and Pytho intensified. The mountain-turning seal constantly shifted in Lox's hands, sometimes transforming into a massive ice hammer, sometimes into a sharp ice blade. Pytho's bewitching power, though formidable, proved ineffective against Lox's pure power of ice. Hadassah's assisted Lox, his icy blue eyes fixed on Pytho's every move. Suddenly, he keenly sensed an opening in Pytho's defenses, leaping up swiftly, his sharp claws aimed straight for Pytho's throat. Pytho was forced to retreat, a flicker of panic in her eyes. That lynx! She shouted angrily. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a beam of silver light suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacred mountain. Hypnos arrived with several gods of the netherworld. Hades, Hypnos shouted, Tao, your schemes must end. Hades's expression changed. Hypnos, how dare you betray me? Hypnos shook his head. I have never been loyal to you, Hades. I am loyal to the stability of the netherworld. With Hypnos joining the fray, the tide of battle began to turn in favor of the Olympian gods. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Hades decided to fight with all his might. Zeus. Hades roared at Tao, let's settle this once and for all. He wielded the staff of Hades, and dark energy coalesced into a gigantic black dragon, hurtling towards Zeus. Zeus, not to be outdone, unleashed a dazzling light from his thunderbolt scepter, transforming it into a golden lightning dragon. Two colossal dragons collided violently in midair, the forces of darkness and light intertwining above the sacred mountain. The entire divine realm trembled under this force. Lox sensed the terrifying power and immediately wielded the mountain-turning seal in an attempt to stabilize the divine realm's energy field. However, the power of Hades and Zeus was simply too overwhelming. Oh no! Lox exclaimed, the divine realm's barrier is about to collapse. However, it was too late. With a deafening roar, the barrier between divine realm and the human world was shattered. Torrential rain poured down from the crack, engulfing the world. The sight on earth shocked the gods. Floods raged, cities and villages were submerged, and countless mortals struggled in the floodwaters. Cries of agony and pleas for help echoed everywhere. Zeus and Hades were stunned by what they saw. A flicker of struggle crossed Hades' eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. He suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, a laughter filled with madness and resolve. Ha ha ha. This is fate. Hades shouted, Tao. Ragnarok, let's start by destroying the world. Only by destroying this world can we start anew. The gods were stunned and temporarily halted their battle. They stared at Hades in disbelief, unable to comprehend his madness. Lox acted decisively, knowing Tao had to act immediately. He raised the mountain-turning seal, and the ice crystals in the sea of consciousness burst forth with dazzling light. In the name of Ice Source, Lox solemnly declared, I will freeze the world and protect all living things. A powerful surge of ice erupted from the mountain-turning seal, instantly engulfing the entire world. Floodwaters froze, cities and villages were encased in ice, and even time seemed to stand still. The gods watched in astonishment. Mountains and rivers were transformed into crystalline sculptures by the power of ice, and plants, birds, and beasts were frozen in an instant. Rushing rivers solidified into ice, birds hovered in the air, and even falling snowflakes were frozen in midair. Poseidon stared incredulously at the frozen ocean. This is the power of ice. Athena's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Lox not only froze matter, but even time. This power. Zeus also looked shocked. Even I couldn't achieve such precise control. Hades' maniacal laughter abruptly ceased as he stared in disbelief at the frozen world below. This is impossible. Lox did not stop. He continued to infuse divine power, sustaining human life within the ice. As long as the ice remains, their lives will not perish, Lox explained to the gods. As divine power continued to flow in, Lox sensed a qualitative change in the ice crystals within the sea of consciousness. His divine power surged, breaking through its original limits. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from Lox. His figure grew tall and majestic, and the power of ice formed a brilliant halo around him. This is the position of the chief god. Zeus exclaimed, Lox. Breakthrough of the main god's position. The gods watched in astonishment. Lox's divine power had surpassed that of ordinary gods, reaching a new level. Hades's face darkened. Even if you break through the chief god's position, you can't stop Ragnarok. Lox stared coldly at Hades. Whatever your schemes, we will stop you. Human life will never be a sacrifice to your ambitions. After Aurora was taken to the netherworld by Hades, she was imprisoned in a dark space. When she awoke again, she was surrounded by a dense netherworld atmosphere. The breath made her feel uneasy. However, she did not panic, but calmly observed her surroundings. My father will surely come to save me, Aurora thought firmly, but before that, I must find a way to save myself. Just then, Hades and Pytho, goddess of persuasion, entered the cell. Hades' eyes flashed with a cold light, while Pitho wore a seductive smile. Little girl, Hades said coldly, your father will come to save you soon. Then I will use you to threaten him and make him give up. Aurora looked at Hades without flinching. Do you think you can succeed like this? The father will never yield to your threats. Pitho smiled alluringly. Oh. Is that so? Then we'll wait and see. But before that, she waved her wand, and a burst of pink energy rushed towards Aurora. Aurora quickly used Veil of Night to block the attack. Hades scoffed. A futile struggle. Once we've taken the holy mountain, you'll understand that resistance is pointless. Aurora firmly replied, whatever your schemes, we will not yield to you. After Hades and Pitho left, Aurora breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Aurora, it's me, Pan. Aurora looked around in surprise. Lord Pan, where are you? I am within your consciousness, Pan's voice explained to Tao. I have broken through a portion of Hades' memories and discovered an astonishing truth. Aurora asked Tao warily, what's the truth? Pan's voice turned serious. The Hades we know now isn't the real Hades. His memories have been altered, he's been controlled by a more advanced god. Aurora stared in shock, her eyes wide. How is this possible? Not only that, Pan continued, but also the memories and thoughts of those Hades followers, including Pitho, the goddess of persuasion. All of this was orchestrated by that advanced god through the god of deception. Aurora felt a chill run down her spine. Who is that god? Pan's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I cannot ascertain his true identity. His power is too great. I can only call him God of the Unknown. Aurora pondered for a moment, then asked, what should we do? You must escape, Pan said firmly to Tao, and tell Lox and the other gods. Only by uniting can we possibly fight against the God of the Unknown. Just then, Aurora sensed a powerful netherworld chi was approaching. She immediately used the Veil of Night to envelop herself and disappeared into the darkness. Hades appeared in the cell, glancing around with a flash of annoyance. I could clearly feel her breath. Aurora held her breath, moving cautiously. The Veil of Night perfectly concealed her breath and form, so much so that even Hades couldn't detect her. Hades lingered in the cell for a while before finally leaving. Aurora breathed a sigh of relief and waited quietly for a moment before realizing she had to act quickly. Lord Pan, she cried in her heart, how can I escape Netherworld? Pan's voice rang out again. Hades has just led the god of the underworld to the holy mountain. Now that almost all the high-ranking gods of Netherworld are absent, this is your best chance to escape. Aurora nodded and began to move cautiously. Using her Veil of Night abilities, she avoided all the guards and traps. The sights of Netherworld shocked her. It was a place of chaos and destruction. Wandering spirits roamed freely, and the river Styx had become murky. This is all a result of Hades being controlled, Pan explained Tao. The god of the unknown's goal may be to completely disrupt the balance of the divine realm, or even destroy this world. Aurora was filled with worry. We must stop him as soon as possible. Guided by Pan, Aurora successfully reached the exit of Netherworld. However, just as she was about to leave, a familiar figure blocked her way. Trying to escape, Pitho, goddess of persuasion, smiled seductively. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Aurora's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure. Pichuo, do you really think following Hades is the right choice? Your memories and thoughts have been altered. Pitho's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Little girl, don't try to fool me with those tricks. Aurora knew it was impossible for Tao to persuade Pitho. She swiftly waved the Veil of Night, unleashing a blinding light. Pitho was dazzled by the sudden light, and Aurora seized the opportunity to escape from Netherworld. Upon returning to the polar region, Aurora immediately felt the familiar presence. She took a deep breath, filled with a sense of security. Father! Aurora called out, but received no response. She looked around and saw that the polar region seemed to have been the site of a great battle, with signs of fighting everywhere. Ice Giant! Aurora shouted to Tao, what happened? The ice giant approached from afar, his body greatly shrunken. Lady Aurora, you've finally returned. Aurora asked Tao urgently, where is Father God? What happened in the polar region? The ice giant god solemnly said to Tao, Lox has gone to the holy mountain. The polar region was recently attacked by the netherworld, but we successfully repelled the enemy. Afterwards, Lord Lox bestowed upon us godhood. Aurora was filled with worry, Father God. Just then, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. Aurora looked up and saw rolling thunder and dark clouds. This is. Aurora asked Tao in surprise. The ice giant's expression changed drastically. Oh no. Divine Realm's barrier may have been broken. Just then, they saw the scene on Earth. Floods raged, cities were submerged, and countless mortals struggled in the floodwaters. Aurora said urgently to Tao, I must go to the holy mountain immediately. The ice giant nodded to Tao. Be careful, Lady Aurora. Leave the polar region to us. Aurora hurried to the sacred mountain, her heart filled with worry and determination. When she arrived, the sight before her astonished her. On the sacred mountain, the forces of light and darkness clashed fiercely. Lox stood at the forefront, wielding the mountain-turning seal, surrounded by shimmering power of ice. His figure was tall and majestic, radiating the aura of a supreme god. Father God! Aurora shouted. Lox turned around, saw Aurora, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Aurora, are you all right? Aurora nodded and said urgently to Tao, Father, I have something important to tell you. Aurora's voice boomed like thunder across the sacred mountain, each word carrying undeniable power, shaking the very souls of every deity. Her figure, illuminated by the aurora borealis, appeared exceptionally sacred, like a messenger from ancient prophecy, bringing a truth powerful enough to overturn everything. Father God, all gods. Aurora's voice was firm and clear, Hades is not the real Hades. His memories have been altered and are being manipulated by a more advanced being. The wills of those who follow him, including Pytho, the goddess of persuasion, have also been twisted. All of this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the god hidden behind the scenes through Pytho. The gods were all shaken upon hearing this. Zeus's thunderbolt scepter trembled slightly, a look of disbelief flashing in his golden eyes. Athena's silver spear hovered in midair, the light of wisdom gleaming in her eyes, as if she were rapidly deducing this astonishing truth. Poseidon's trident slammed heavily to the ground, splashing water, his face filled with anger and confusion. Even Hades himself, upon hearing these words, suddenly clutched his head and let out a painful roar. No, this is impossible. Hades, black robes fluttered in the wind, his voice filled with struggle and chaos. I am the Lord of Netherworld, I am Hades. No one can control me. Just as the gods were thrown into chaos, Pytho, the goddess of persuasion, suddenly transformed into a streak of pink light and swiftly fled into the distance. Her movements were incredibly fast, as if she had anticipated this moment. Before the gods could react, her figure had vanished into the sky, leaving only a seductive laugh echoing in the air. Pytho has escaped. Ares roared, brandishing his spear in pursuit, but Athena stopped him. Now is not the time to pursue, Athena's voice was calm and firm. We need to find out the truth. If Hades and the other gods of the underworld's memories have been altered, then we must find the goddess of memory. Mnemosyne. Only she can help us regain our true memories. Zeus nodded, his voice booming like thunder across the mountain. Hermes. Proceed to the netherworld immediately and find the goddess of memory. As fast as you can. Hermes appeared instantly before Zeus, wielding a staff of two serpents, his feet moving with incredible speed, his golden wings shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Yes, Father. Before his words were even finished, his figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the sacred mountain. Hermes' transmigration at an extremely fast speed, he crossed the border between Divine Realm and Netherworld, arriving deep within Netherworld. The scene before him shocked him. What on earth happened here? Hermes muttered to himself, but he had no time to dwell on it, quickly flying towards the abode of the goddess of memory. Goddess of memory, Mnemosyne's abode lies deep within the Netherworld, a palace composed of countless fragments of memory. Each fragment shimmers with a faint light, recording countless memories of Divine Realm and the mortal realm. However, when Hermes arrives, he finds the palace doors tightly shut, and an eerie aura permeating the surroundings. He pushed open the gates and entered the palace, where the sight before him astonished him, goddess of memory. Mnemosyne lay quietly on a bed woven from fragments of memory, fast asleep. Her face was serene, as if she were deeply hypnotized by some force. Mnemosyne. Hermes rushed to her side and gently shook her shoulder. Wake up. Divine realm needs you. However, Goddess of Memory did not wake up. Her breathing was steady, as if she were immersed in a dream from which she could not awaken. Hermes frowned. He knew Tao's situation was not simple. He took out his twin serpent staff and gently touched Goddess of Memory's forehead, infusing it with a wisp of divine power. As the divine power flowed in, Goddess of Memory's eyelids trembled slightly, and finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Hermes. Goddess of Memory's voice was weak. What happened to me? You've been hypnotized, Hermes said urgently. Something terrible has happened in the divine realm. Hades and the other gods of the underworld have had their memories altered. We need your help. Goddess of Memory sat up and rubbed his temples. No wonder. I felt a powerful force interfering with my divine duties. But my memories weren't altered, I was just hypnotized. Hermes breathed a sigh of relief. Great. We have to get back to Mount Olympus immediately, the gods need you. Goddess of Memory nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. Let's go. We must restore the gods' memories as soon as possible. When Hermes and Goddess of Memory arrived at the mountain, the gods were still in chaos. Hades knelt down, clutching his head tightly with his hands. The Goddess of Memory has arrived. Hermes shouted, his voice echoing across the sacred mountain. The gods' gazes instantly focused on the Goddess of Memory. Zeus stepped forward and urgently said, Mnemosyne, we need your help. The memories of Hades and the other gods of the underworld have been altered, we must restore their true memories. Goddess of Memory nodded, and a scroll woven from fragments of memory appeared in her hand. She gently opened the scroll, and countless rays of light flew out from the pages, enveloping the entire sacred mountain. In the name of memory, Goddess of Memory solemnly declared to Tao, I will reveal the hidden truth and restore the tampered memories. With her incantation, countless fragments of memories flew from the minds of the gods, weaving together images in the air. The gods saw the truth about Hades' control, the god hidden behind the scenes, through the power of Pytho, the goddess of persuasion, had quietly invaded Hades' consciousness, altered his memories, and made him his puppet. So that's how it is, Hades' voice was filled with pain and regret, I was actually controlled. Goddess of Memory continued to use divine power, restoring the memories of the other gods of the underworld. Geras, Knossos, Phobos, and others gradually regained consciousness, their eyes filled with shock and guilt. The divine power of Goddess of Memory continued to spread, directly affecting the lower-ranking gods who had been misled. Their eyes gradually cleared, as if they were waking from a long nightmare. That's great, Athena breathed a sigh of relief. My memories have returned. We can finally unite and fight the enemy hiding behind the scenes. Zeus nodded, his voice booming like thunder across the sacred mountain. Gods, heed my command. We must act immediately, uncover the truth, and bring the god hiding behind the scenes to justice. Whoever he is, however powerful he may be, we will make him pay the price. Just as the gods were preparing to act, a faint voice came from the direction of the Temple of the Sun. Lox. The voice, though faint, shattered the silence of the sacred mountain like a bolt of lightning. Lox turned abruptly, a flicker of surprise and worry in his eyes. It was Apollo's voice, weak yet still clear. Apollo. Lox whispered, his figure instantly transforming into a streak of cold light as he sped toward the Temple of the Sun. Lox's figure flashed like a bolt of cold light, instantly piercing the sky above the sacred mountain and hurtling towards the Temple of the Sun. His heart was filled with urgency and worry. Apollo's faint voice seemed to still echo in his ears. Close behind was Artemis, her silver longbow gleaming coldly in the sunlight, her eyes also filled with concern for her brother. When they arrived at the Temple of the Sun, they found Leto, Apollo and Artemis's mother, already standing at the temple gates. Her face was dignified and kind, but her eyes betrayed her anxiety. Aurora followed closely behind. Mother, Artemis rushed forward, her voice trembling slightly, has he woken up? Leto nodded, but her brow remained furrowed. He has just awakened, but is still very weak. His divine body has suffered severe damage. Lox said nothing and walked straight into the temple. The interior of the Temple of the Sun was still magnificent, but now it was shrouded in a dim light. Apollo lay on the bed in the center of the temple, his long golden hair scattered on the pillow, his face as pale as paper, and the black mark on his chest was still clearly visible. Apollo, Lox called softly, walked to the bedside, and took Apollo's hand. His hand was cold and weak, far from its usual warmth. Apollo's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flashed in his golden eyes, but he quickly focused on Lox's face. Lox. His voice was still weak, but it carried a trace of a smile. You've come. A flicker of heartache crossed Lox's eyes. He nodded gently. I'm here. How are you feeling? Apollo managed a weak smile. It feels like I've been swallowed up by the darkness of Netherworld. But seeing you makes me feel much better. Artemis and Leto also came to the bedside. Artemis held Apollo's other hand, her eyes filled with worry. Brother, you scared us to death. What happened? Apollo frowned, seemingly trying to recall. I only remember being struck by a dark force and then losing consciousness. I don't remember anything after that. Lox gripped Apollo's hand tightly and said in a deep voice, it should be Hades. His memories have been altered and manipulated by a god hidden behind the scenes. He attacked the holy mountain and kidnapped Aurora. However, the goddess of memory has now restored Hades and the other gods of the underworld's memories, and the situation has temporarily stabilized. A look of shock flashed in Apollo's eyes. Hades was manipulated. No wonder, that dark power was so strange. Leto gently stroked Apollo's forehead, his eyes filled with love. My child, you have suffered. The most important thing now is to restore your divine body. Lox nodded. Let me help you, he said, drawing ice divine power from the sea of consciousness and slowly channeling it into Apollo's body. The pure power of ice resonated with Apollo's solar divine power, and the black marks gradually faded under the influence of the power of ice. Apollo's complexion gradually regained its color, and his breathing became much more even. He looked at Lox, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lox. Without you, I might still be struggling in the dark. Lox smiled slightly. We're partners, aren't we? And, his voice lowered, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, you're more than just a partner to me. A hint of surprise flashed in Apollo's eyes, then he broke into a bright smile. Yes, you're more than just a partner to me. Although the two spoke in hushed tones, Leto's ears were not spared. A thoughtful glint flashed in her eyes, and she gently tugged at Artemis's sleeve. Artemis, come out with me for a moment. Artemis was somewhat puzzled, but she still followed her mother out of the sleeping quarters. Leto led her to the garden outside the temple and whispered to Tao, Artemis, don't you think, there seems to be something unusual between Lox and Apollo? Artemis paused for a moment, then gave a meaningful smile. Mother, you've finally figured it out. Their relationship has long surpassed ordinary friendship. A flicker of surprise crossed Leto's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I see, no wonder Lox was so concerned about Apollo's safety. Artemis nodded. Yes, mother. Their relationship has long transcended the boundaries of their priesthood. Although it was somewhat unexpected, I think, it might not be such a bad thing. Leto pondered for a moment, then gave a kind smile. Yes, as long as they are happy, nothing else matters. When the two returned to their bedchamber, they found Aurora sitting by the bed, enthusiastically telling Apollo the story of the polar region. Her eyes were full of adoration. Father Apollo, you must get better soon. I'll take you to the polar region to see the miracles that Father and I created together. Apollo smiled and nodded, sure, once I recover, I'll definitely go to the polar region with you all. Leto walked to the bedside and gently patted Aurora's shoulder. Aurora, what did you just call me? Aurora paused for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. Grandmother. You are the mother of Father God Apollo, so naturally you are my grandmother. A flicker of emotion crossed Leto's eyes, and she gently hugged Aurora. Good girl, you're so lovely. Then, she turned to Lox and Apollo, her eyes serious. Lox, Apollo, I have something to ask you. Lox and Apollo exchanged a glance, both feeling uneasy. Apollo forced himself to sit up and said softly to Tao, Mother, what do you want to ask? Leto's gaze swept between the two men, finally settling on Lox's face. Is there something you're hiding from me? Lox's ears turned slightly red. He lowered his head and said softly, Lord Leto, Apollo and I did have some things we didn't tell you. Apollo grasped Lox's hand, her eyes filled with determination. Mother, Lox and we are in love. Leto feigned displeasure, but quickly replaced it with a kind smile. I knew it. Why didn't you tell us before? You know, Tao, I've always been worried about you, after all. Artemis smiled and said to Tao, Mother, you won't object, will you? Leto shook her head. Why object? As long as you help each other. As she spoke, she took out two items from her bosom, a gold necklace and a silver ring. This necklace was crafted using the essence of solar divine power. It enhances the wearer's divine power and also has storage functionality. She handed the necklace to Lox. Lox, this is a gift for you. Lox accepted the necklace, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Leto. Leto then handed the ring to Aurora, saying, This ring was crafted by me using the power of moonlight. It can protect the wearer from the corruption of dark forces and also has storage functions. Aurora, this is for you. Aurora accepted the ring with delight, slipped it onto her finger, and it immediately emitted a soft glow. Thank you, grandmother. I will cherish it dearly. Leto smiled kindly, then looked at Apollo and Lox. Life is long, you should cherish each other. As night fell, the sacred mountain returned to a brief moment of tranquility. Lox sat beside Apollo's bed, gently holding his hand. Apollo's complexion had regained some color, and his eyes shone with a familiar light. Lox, Apollo whispered to Tao, thank you for always being there for me. Lox smiled slightly. It's what I should do. And I promised you that no matter what happens, we'll face it together. A hint of tenderness flashed in Apollo's eyes. Yes, together. Just then, a soft footstep sounded outside the temple. Aurora peeked in, a mischievous smile on her face. Father Apollo, may I come in? Lox smiled and nodded. Of course. Aurora skipped in, carrying a bouquet of flowers she had just picked that morning. Father Apollo, this is for you. Aurora handed the bouquet to Apollo. I hope you get well soon. Apollo accepted the bouquet, his eyes filled with emotion. Thank you, Aurora. These flowers are beautiful. Inside the Temple of the Sun, Lox and Apollo were immersed in each other's tenderness. Apollo leaned against the headboard, his long golden hair cascading over his shoulders. Although his face was still somewhat pale, his radiance had largely returned to its former glow. Lox sat beside him, holding his hand. Their eyes met, and it was as if the whole world had fallen silent. Do you know Tao? Apollo whispered. When I was unconscious, I seemed to have a very long dream. It was all darkness, but I could always feel a warm force guiding me. Now that I think about it, it must have been you. A hint of tenderness flickered in Lox's eyes. Perhaps. I've been waiting for you to wake up, Apollo. Without you, the holy mountain feels like something is missing. Apollo smiled and squeezed Lox's hand. Me too. Without you by my side, even the sun's rays seem dim. The two exchanged a smile, as if all their suffering had vanished in that instant. However, this tranquility did not last long. A series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the temple, and then Athena appeared in the doorway. Her silver armor gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and her eyes held a hint of seriousness. Lox, Athena's voice carried a hint of reproach, have you been so focused on your relationship that you've forgotten something important? Lox froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh no. I've frozen the human world. Apollo sat up straight, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. What? The human world has been frozen. Lox quickly explained to Tao, when the divine realm barrier shattered, the human world was flooded. To save mortal, I had to use ice divine power to freeze the entire human world. Goddess of fate told me that the frozen world needs solar divine power to awaken. Apollo, you've awakened just in time. A determined glint flashed in Apollo's eyes. In that case, let's lift the seal on the human world now. Athena nodded. Let's act immediately without delay. The gods swiftly assembled atop the sacred mountain. Lox stood at the forefront, his mountain-turning seal radiating a dazzling light. Apollo stood beside him, golden solar divine power swirling around him like a rising sun. Begin, Lox whispered, then raised the mountain-turning seal. Power of ice surged from his body, transforming into a dazzling pillar of ice blue light that shot straight into the sky. The ice on Earth began to slowly melt under the influence of his divine power. Apollo followed closely behind, spreading his arms wide, and solar divine power poured forth from his body like a golden torrent. Warm light shone upon the world, and the frozen earth began to revive. Frozen rivers began to flow again, frozen vegetation regained its vitality, and even the frozen mortal gradually awakened under the sunlight. Poseidon wields the trident, summoning pure seawater that washes over every inch of the earth. Demeter releases its life force, causing withered plants to regrow. Athena uses her wisdom to guide the consciousness of mortal, awakening them from their slumber. The gods performed their respective duties, and the revival of humanity proceeded smoothly. However, Apollo's divine power was greatly depleted, his face gradually turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lox noticed Apollo's condition and quickly went to his side, whispering to Tao, Apollo, you've just recovered, don't push yourself too hard. Apollo managed a weak smile. It's all right, I can manage. However, his body had already begun to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Lox didn't hesitate to reach out and lift Apollo up in his arms. Apollo was stunned for a moment, then gave a helpless smile. Lox, what are you doing? Lox's eyes were full of concern. You're too tired and need to rest. Leave the rest to me and the other gods. Apollo wanted to say something, but Lox had already carried him towards the temple of the sun. The gods watched this scene with knowing smiles on their faces. Athena shook her head and whispered to Artemis beside her, it seems our sun god has been completely captured by the god of ice. Artemis smiled. Yes, but it's good this way. At least they're all happy. Lox carried Apollo back to his bedchamber and gently placed him on the bed. Apollo's face was still a little pale, but his eyes were full of tenderness. Lox, you're too worried. I'm fine. Lox shook his head. You've just recovered, you can't overexert yourself on divine power. The revival of the human world is almost complete, leave the rest to the other gods. Apollo took Lox's hand and whispered, thank you, Lox. Without you, I might still be struggling in the dark. A hint of heartache flashed in Lox's eyes. Don't talk about this. You need to rest now. Apollo nodded and closed his eyes. Lox sat on the edge of the bed, gently holding his hand until his breathing became steady and deep. The revival of humanity was finally completed thanks to the efforts of the gods. The frozen earth was revitalized, and the mortals awoke from their slumber to continue their lives. Under the night sky of the sacred mountain, the light of the aurora flower intertwined with the moonlight, as if foreshadowing hope and light for the future. Lox stood atop the holy mountain, gazing upon the resurrected human world. He knew that although the crisis had been temporarily averted, the god hidden behind the scenes was still watching them from the shadows. He raised his hand to touch the necklace around his neck, then suddenly remembered something. Perhaps he should go and find out more about it. In the early morning on the sacred mountain, sunlight bathed the golden temple, as if gilding the holy peak with a warm glow. Lox stood on the terrace of the Temple of the Sun, gazing at the reviving world in the distance, yet a lingering hesitation remained in his heart. The name Apollo had once mentioned flashed through his mind. Asclepius, god of medicine, Apollo's son. Asclepius, Lox murmured softly, his brow furrowed. He remembered the flicker of pain and longing in Apollo's eyes when he mentioned that name. Why had that god, once hailed as the resurrectionist, suddenly fallen? With these questions in mind, Lox decided to go find Artemis. As Apollo's twin sister, she must know more about Tao regarding the truth of Asclepius. When he arrived at Artemis's hunting temple, he found her standing in the garden outside the temple, a silver longbow in her hand, her gaze fixed on the distant forest. Her figure appeared exceptionally aloof and proud in the morning light. Artemis, Lox stepped forward and called to Tao softly, I have something I want to ask you. Artemis turned her head, a hint of doubt flashing in her silver eyes. Lox, what brings you here? How is Apollo? Lox nodded. He's still resting and recovering well. I came to ask you about Asclepius. Upon hearing the name, Artemis's expression shifted slightly, a complex light flashing in her eyes. She paused for a moment before whispering, Asclepius, he's been gone for a long time. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Locke sighed. Apollo mentioned him before, but I could sense it was a huge pain for him. I want to know, Tao, how exactly did Asclepius die? Is there some hidden story behind it? Artemis's gaze deepened. She put down her longbow, walked to an ancient oak tree, and gently stroked the patterns on the trunk. Asclepius. He is the most outstanding god of medicine in divine realm. He inherited Apollo's medical talent, and even surpassed him, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Bringing the dead back to life. A hint of surprise flashed in Locke's eyes. Isn't such an ability against the law of life and death? Artemis nodded. That's right. Asclepius's medical skills are too powerful, even capable of reversing life and death. This has caused dissatisfaction in Netherworld, especially Hades. He believes that Asclepius's actions have disrupted the balance between life and death, so he protested to Zeus. Locke frowned. So, Zeus ordered Asclepius's execution. A flicker of pain crossed Artemis's eyes. Yes. Zeus had to make this decision to maintain order in the divine realm. He killed Asclepius with thunderfury. Apollo was almost devastated at the time. He even considered fighting Zeus, but in the end, he chose to accept it. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Locke's heart. He could imagine the pain and despair Apollo must have felt upon losing his son. No wonder there was always an indescribable sadness in his eyes when he spoke of Asclepius. What about Asclepius's soul? Locke asked Tao. Is he still in Netherworld? Artemis shook his head. No, his soul did not enter the Netherworld. Zeus ascended him to the stars, where he became the constellation Ophiuchus. But his medical skills and wisdom remain on Earth forever. Locke was silent for a moment, then whispered to Tao, Thank you for telling me all this, Artemis. I will take good care of Apollo. Artemis nodded, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. With you by Apollo's side, I feel very reassured. Meanwhile, humanity is experiencing an unprecedented recovery. Due to the melting of the ice, the world has suffered a massive flood. Rivers overflowed, fields were submerged, and countless mortals struggled to survive in the floodwaters. However, throughout this disaster, a mysterious figure stood by the mortals' side, helping them through the crisis. He was a prophet clad in a gray robe, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, and he held a jewel-encrusted scepter in his hand. He walked across the flood-ravaged land, guiding mortals and helping them rebuild their homes. His figure appeared wherever help was needed, like a savior descended from heaven. This prophet was none other than Prometheus, the son of Sol. After the flood receded, Prometheus began to strengthen the physical body and soul of humanity. He used divine power to repair houses destroyed by the flood, heal injured mortals, and even bring solace to families who had lost loved ones. His good deeds quickly spread throughout the world, and the mortals built temples for him, calling him the savior of the world. However, Prometheus knew that merely healing the physical wounds was not enough. The disaster of the flood cast a deep psychological shadow on mortal, plunging many into profound pain and despair. So he found the goddess of memory Mnemosyne pleaded with her to erase that painful memory from humanity. Goddess of memory granted Prometheus's request. She waved the book of memory in her hand, and countless rays of light flew out from its pages, enveloping the entire world. In the minds of the mortals, the painful memory of the flood gradually faded, replaced by hope and anticipation for the future. Thank you, Mnemosyne, Prometheus whispered, your help has given mortal the courage to live again. Goddess of memory smiled slightly, this is what I should do. Mortals' happiness is also divine realm's responsibility. On the sacred mountain, Locke returned to the temple of the sun. Apollo had already awakened and was sitting by the bedside, holding an ancient medical book in his hand. Although his face was still somewhat pale, the light in his eyes had returned to its former brilliance. Locke, Apollo looked up, a gentle smile on his face, where have you been? Locke walked to his side, gently took his hand, and smiled slightly. I have just returned from the mortal realm, where peace has been restored. Prometheus did many good deeds in the mortal world, and the mortals built many temples for him. Apollo nodded. Prometheus has always been a god who cares for all living beings. His good deeds deserve mortals' respect. Lox looked at Apollo, his eyes filled with tenderness. Apollo, when you get better, let's go see the human world together. Let's see the mortals we saved, and their homes that have been restored to life. A glint of anticipation flashed in Apollo's eyes. Great, I also want to see the revival of humanity. The two smiled at each other, as if all their suffering had vanished in that moment. Under the night sky of the sacred mountain, the light of the aurora flower intertwined with the moonlight. On Earth, Prometheus stood before a newly built temple, gazing at the busy mortals in the distance, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He knew that although this calamity had brought immense suffering to mortals, it had also made them more united and stronger. The power of mortal is far greater than we imagine, Prometheus whispered to Tao. The war on the sacred mountain finally came to an end, and after a long period of turmoil, the gods finally enjoyed a brief period of peace. The sacred mountain returned to its former prosperity and bustle, the golden temples gleaming in the sunlight, and the figures of the gods moving among them, as if everything had returned to what it was before. However, beneath this tranquility, sin and desire were also brewing. Zeus, the ruler of the divine realm, reverted to his old, licentious nature after the war subsided. His gaze began to wander, eventually settling on Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. Demeter's performance in the War of the Gods left a deep impression on Zeus. Her composure, her care for mortal, and her contributions to the divine realm all captivated Zeus. Thus, the god king began to frequently appear near Demeter's temple, using various means to try and attract her attention. At first, Zeus behaved as an extremely gentleman. He incarnationed as a dashing mortal, holding a sheaf of golden wheat, standing at the entrance to the temple of Demeter with a gentle smile on his face. Demeter, Zeus called Tao softly, his voice tinged with sincerity, I have heard that your contributions to agriculture are unparalleled, and I have come to seek your guidance. Demeter frowned, but seeing the ear of wheat in Zeus's hand, she relaxed her guard slightly. Zeus, why are you appearing as mortal? Zeus smiled slightly. I want to communicate with you in the purest way, not as God King. Look, these ears of wheat are ones I picked myself, symbolizing harvest and hope. A gentle light flickered in Demeter's eyes as she took the ear of wheat and softly stroked the golden grains. This ear of wheat is indeed beautiful. Zeus was secretly pleased to see that Demeter's attitude had softened. He continued, Demeter, your temple is filled with the fragrance of nature, as if every inch of the land is telling of your greatness. I wonder if I would have the honor of strolling with you and admiring this beautiful scenery. Demeter hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, but please don't take too long, I still have work to do. Zeus gave a charming smile. Of course, I will respect your time. The two walked side by side in the garden outside the temple. Zeus gradually won Demeter's heart with his extensive knowledge and humorous conversation. He told her interesting stories about the mortal world, praised Demeter's contributions to agriculture, and even recited a poem about a bountiful harvest for her. Demeter, Zeus stopped and gazed at her with deep affection, your existence fills this land with life and hope. I have never seen a goddess as great as you. A blush crept across Demeter's face. She lowered her head and whispered to Tao, Zeus, you flatter me. I was just doing my duty. Zeus gently took her hand, his voice soft yet firm. No, Demeter, you do more than just fulfill your duties. Your heart, your wisdom, your kindness, they all fascinate me. A warm feeling welled up in Demeter's heart. She had never imagined that this high and mighty god king would praise her so sincerely. Her wariness gradually dissipated, replaced by a touch of excitement. However, Zeus's gentleness and sincerity were nothing but a facade. One night, he used his divine power to create an illusion, plunging Demeter into a deep sleep. In the dream, Zeus' incarnation, with sweet words and gentle manners, completely won over Demeter's heart for the charming mortal. When Demeter awoke from her dream, she found herself lying in Zeus's arms. Her face turned deathly pale, her eyes filled with anger and shame. Zeus. Demeter shoved him away, her voice filled with barely suppressed rage. How dare you use such despicable means? Zeus smiled nonchalantly, Demeter, why be so serious? Isn't our union a match made in heaven? A cold glint flashed in Demeter's eyes. You are committing blasphemy. I will make you pay for it. Zeus shrugged, turned, and left the temple, leaving Demeter alone in the empty hall. Her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, but even more so with disappointment in Zeus. Meanwhile, Hera, Zeus's wife and queen of the divine realm, learned of Zeus's outrageous behavior. A fierce rage ignited in her eyes, and she slammed her scepter heavily on the ground with a deafening crash. Zeus. Hera's voice echoed like thunder across the holy mountain, Demeter. She immediately rushed to Demeter's temple, wanting to settle the score with her. However, when she saw Demeter's angry and pained eyes, her anger subsided slightly. Demeter, Hera's voice held a complex emotion. Are you alright? Demeter raised her head, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Hera, you've come at the right time. Zeus has defiled my love and chastity with despicable means, and I will never let him get away with this. A flicker of surprise crossed Hera's eyes, quickly turning into deep rage. She gripped her scepter tightly, her voice cold and resolute. Zeus, how dare he be so insolent? Demeter, this concerns not only you, but also my marriage priesthood. We cannot let him get away with this. Demeter nodded, a resolute glint in her eyes. Hera, let's go settle the score with Zeus. The two goddesses emerged from the temple side by side, their eyes burning with the same fury. Hera was enveloped in divine power, her golden light blazing like flames. Demeter unleashed the power of the earth, green light spreading beneath her feet. They arrived at the hall of the King of Gods, where Zeus sat on his throne, a smug smile on his face. He seemed oblivious to the fact that his actions had angered two powerful goddesses. Zeus. Hera's voice boomed like thunder. How dare you be so insolent? Zeus looked up and saw Hera and Demeter standing side by side in front of the hall. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Hera, Demeter, what are you doing? A cold glint flashed in Demeter's eyes. Zeus, you have defiled my love and chastity with despicable means. I will never let you off easily. Hera's voice was cold and resolute. Zeus, your outrageous behavior has repeatedly crossed the line for me, the goddess of marriage. Do you still remember me, the queen of the gods? Today, you must pay the price. Zeus's face darkened. He stood up, attempting to intimidate the two goddesses with his authoritative words. Are you trying to rebel? I am the ruler of the divine realm. Hera sneered, the ruler of divine realm. You dare to say that? Before the words were even finished, Hera and Demeter simultaneously unleashed their raging divine power. Hera's golden flames intertwined with Demeter's green light, transforming into a massive torrent of energy that struck directly at the hall of the King of Gods. Boom! The hall of the King of Gods collapsed in half instantly under the combined attack of the two goddesses. Zeus was forced back several steps by this powerful force, his face filled with shock and fear. You dare to do this? Zeus's voice trembled slightly. Hera and Demeter did not stop their attack. They continued to unleash divine power, and the hall of the King of Gods collapsed completely in the raging energy. Seeing the situation was dire, Zeus immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled to the mortal realm. Hera and Demeter stood before the ruins, their eyes filled with anger and resolve. Zeus has escaped, Demeter whispered Tao, but he can only escape for so long. Hera nodded. He needs to learn a lesson from this. The two goddesses exchanged no further words, each turning and leaving the hall of the King of Gods. Hera returned to her temple, while Demeter returned to her temple of agriculture. Their silhouettes appeared exceptionally lonely in the moonlight. In the human world, Zeus disguised himself as an ordinary mortal, hiding in a corner of a small town. His face was full of dishevelment and astonishment, but he didn't feel life chi, he was simply incredulous. Hera and Demeter, they've actually teamed up. Zeus murmured, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This is truly unexpected. However, he did not stop his behavior. In the mortal realm, Zeus began to wander around, continuing his philandering ways. He appeared in various cities and villages, using his charming appearance and sweet words to continue deceiving mortal women. Anyway, we can't go back to the holy mountain for the time being, Zeus muttered to himself, so I might as well enjoy myself in the mortal world. Under the night sky over the holy mountain, Hera and Demeter each stood before their respective temples, gazing at the distant stars. Zeus, Hera whispered Tao, do you still consider me your queen of the gods? Demeter gripped the ear of wheat in her hand, closed her eyes, and let the tears slide down her cheeks before turning and entering her temple of agriculture. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.